What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of sound from Steve Sarkisian's Monday presser. What did the head coach have to say following the Longhorns win over UTEP? We've got a recap of the Monday Night Football doubleheader. Heartbreaking loss for the Houston Texans in week 2. Is it time to panic in H-Town? Our buddy Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock to recap the epic weekend of SEC football that we just had. And we'll also start to preview week 4 as well. And I had a very interesting note taped to my door yesterday. So I'll share that with the people. Plus, it is Tuesday, which means we've got a tip for kids in the car line from the Buck. We are locked and we are loaded and we are ready to roll. And we appreciate y'all starting your Tuesdays with us. How are you today, my man?
I am doing great. Doing great. Starting to feel a little bit better. Got some treatment for my back yesterday at Restore Cryotherapy, and it's a slow process. You know, I ain't no sissy, okay? Just want you to know that. I would have played golf today, but my guys I had got somebody to take my place, and I had determined yesterday that I was going to go and get this done. Now, I may be a fool, but I'm not a sissy.
Sounds like
And
you are a sissy.
And as my wife says, no one's going to mistake you for not being a fool. So you're okay in that.
Well, you're definitely a fool, but you're also a sissy because you're
I'm not a
bowing
sissy.
out
No,
of playing golf today.
somebody had already taken the spot.
Yeah, because you told them you weren't going to play because you were being a sissy.
I was being hurt at the time. I thought I could get some treatment and get it done yesterday. And I was feeling good enough that, dude, I hurt so bad from just a night of about 2.5 hours of sleep. If I played golf, it would be so awful. And then after that or the next day. But I'm not a sissy.
Sounds like sissy talk to me.
No, it's not sissy talk.
I'm just surprised. I know you told everybody yesterday that you weren't going to be playing golf today, but I thought, knowing you and how much you care about your weekly Tuesday round of golf, that you were going to say, to hell with this back pain. I need to play. I only get to golf once a week. I got to be out there with the Texas Cheaters. I thought you were man enough to tough it out, but turns out I was wrong.
No, I thought the treatments were more important and getting this done the right way, and seeing somebody, a specialist on Friday, would be better than to go through like 3 weeks of pain or more than that. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, what if there's a real disc problem or something? I'm out there just, walking around, slamming it around. No. And I told you I did what they call an infrared sauna. It's not like getting in the sauna with the guys, where you're sitting on your towels naked, talking to your buddies in the sauna. It's a solo sauna I got there. But man, I was sweating through the towels, and it was just like I had like poison in my body. I don't drink, so it's not like having a weekend bender and then going to the sauna. But there was stuff coming out of me that just wasn't like my normal sweat,
What was it?
I don't know. I don't know what it is, some antitoxins or whatever comes out of your skin. It just was a different kind of sweat. And man, it took, generally when you're in this infrared thing, it takes you about 20 minutes before you start to sweat. It was about 6 minutes and it was like pouring out of me. So I got all that out. And then I won't go into the cryo machine. I won't go in the cryotherapy machine because I'm horrified being strapped in that thing. But they have a deal. This looks like the vacuum cleaner at the car wash that shoots that air out, and they put it across your back and go up and down. So I got that treatment done and felt pretty good when I came out. But then, of course, when I got back, since it felt so good, I started doing a bunch of stuff, which, of course, that defeats the purpose because you're probably supposed to just chill out. And then I got back and did some stuff. And then when it was time to go to bed last night, after watching, start of the second game, I got about 2.5 hours. I couldn't find a comfortable. My comfortable position is lying on the side that it hurts, and so that's a lot of fun. But
No.
that is just horrible.
So it sounds like you did everything in your power to be able to play golf today, yet
Yes.
you're sissying out.
No, I can't. I can't. I can't do that to somebody who's always or who's made plans to take my place and then tell them, sorry, you can't do it. That's the reason why.
You know, I got this drop ready for you today because I thought you were going to show up in your golf polo and your golf hat and you were going to say, sorry, wife, but I've got to play. I don't care about my back. I need to be out there with my boys. So I took the time out of my day to get this ready for you.
I'm a sissy. I don't have allergies. I got some kind of cold. It might be COVID, but I ain't tested.
Come on. I ain't no
And
sissy.
turns out you are a sissy. I was hoping to play that about you because, like Kim
No,
Mulkey said, I ain't no sissy. I was hoping you were no sissy, but here we are instead.
no, it's no, 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 no. I'm being smart. I'm chalking this up to being old and wise right now.
Hmm.
Dude, and when it's hard to sleep, I can't imagine going out there and taking those swings and getting up out of that cart. And I like to walk around. I don't think that would be good.
Old and feeble is what I hear.
Oh, I would be in tears. This morning it's just sore from just doing what I did yesterday. But it'll go away.
All right.
It's been a long
Well,
time since I've been in this kind of pain. It'll go away.
that's good. Do you I forgot to ask you before the show today. It is Tuesday. Do you have a tip for kids in the car line this morning?
Yeah, as of your first month of school, just be yourself. Be yourself. It's tough. I tell you to do a lot of things, for yourself, the teachers, saying all the great things to your parents, to your brothers and sisters. But for you kids, you got to be yourself. That's one of the main things is to be who you are. Don't try to change up for somebody else. Just try to be who you are. As you grow up, things will change naturally for you in a lot of different ways, whether it's physically, mentally, emotionally, things will change. But for now, you're a kid. Be a kid. Be yourself.
I
And
bet.
by the way, enjoy being a kid.
Yeah, it flies by,
Please,
doesn't it?
please do. Yeah, enjoy every bit of it. When I was a kid, all I wanted to do was grow up and not be a kid. And now that I'm a old dude, all I want to do is be a kid.
I think all I ever wanted to do as a kid was get to college, but I knew like when I was in college, I wanted to stay there forever. I wanted those 4 years to last 40 years.
Did you?
Well,
Yeah, I never thought about it that way. I just wanted to be. I always wanted when I was a kid. I wanted to be 12 years old. I wanted to be in the teens. I wanted to be a teenager. Just
mm,
wanted to be a teenager. Couldn't wait. And then I was a teenager. All I wanted to do complain about. Oh, I need to be on my own. And now that I'm, you know, got a house, got a wife, got 7 grandkids, all I want to do is be a kid because I'm looking at kids. They just look so like they're having such a good time. No matter what it is, they're having a good time. You try to control them and try to get them to be what you want them to be, but they're kids. They're going to do what they do.
yeah,
You can't.
they don't have bills to pay, Buck.
They're happy as hell.
I think we'd all be running around like that if we didn't have bills and taxes to pay, don't you?
Yeah. And people about who are trying to change the world and people that want to be something that they're not. Just be yourself. Enjoy it. Enjoy it, kids. Enjoy your day being yourself.
I like that. Shout out to our friends at Relax the Back.
Yeah, thank goodness for Relax the Back because, dude, if I didn't have this chair right here, I don't know what I'd do. The big taco is eating me up because still spend so much time. And this chair is heavy, BK, and I will take this around the side of the desk and just sit there and watch TV. But this chair, I would be in so much pain if I didn't have this chair. And folks, if you can get to Relax the Back, and if you got back problems, please seek the folks at Relax the Back out. Please, they got accessories. They have everything to make your back feel fantastic. And my back does not feel fantastic today, but I know how bad it would be if I didn't have this chair, if I wouldn't sit in this chair this morning. If I was sitting in your stolen garden chair, poolside chair, I'd be having a problem for sure. And good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for the fantastic job. It doesn't matter if you got a bad back, a bad knee, you are there for us. And we do appreciate that. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Don't let me forget to tell the story about this note before our show ends. We'll do this late in the 8 o'clock
Okay.
hour.
You
This was
got
the
it.
note that was taped to the front door of my apartment yesterday. And it's a follow-up to a previous story that we've talked about on this show in the past. So there's your little
Ooh.
tease right there. But let's dive into the sports conversation of the morning. Plenty to get into in the world of Texas football. Of course, a lot of NFL and college football to discuss as well. But Steve Sarkisian held his game week press conference yesterday down on campus. Of course, we played plenty of sound from Sark's post-game presser during yesterday's show. Now we've got sound from his Monday presser here on a Tuesday show. A lot about Arch Manning, a lot about the Texas running game, a lot about this team's struggles on 3rd and 4th down. But we'll start with this one, Buck. Steve Sarkisian was asked point blank about getting booed on Saturday. Of course, right before halftime, the Texas offense got booed, and it was loud. It was audible. I wasn't there in person, but I spoke to some folks who were there, and they said it was real. You could hear it on TV. Here's Sark when asked about getting booed on his home field.
Yeah, at the end of the day, as I said earlier, I think that we've set a standard around here of the way we play football, and there's an expectation from our fans about the way we play football. It's fast, it's physical, it's tough, it's smart, it's exciting. And at times we didn't play that way this weekend. And I think at the end of the day, they're spending money. They're coming to games. They're sitting in the heat. They want to make sure we give them something to give them a reason to be there. And so that's not the only reason we're all there. We're obviously there for as a team, our own goals, our own aspirations, and what we're not only trying to do on that Saturday, but for the duration of this season. But also, man, our fans offer so much support to us that clearly, if they were booing about the way we were playing, just imagine how we were feeling about the way we were playing at some of that juncture in the first half. So understandable, but again, don't give up on us too quick. I think we got a pretty good team.
Yeah, he hates it. Who the hell doesn't hate to be booed? I mean, really, you got to hate that. You got to tell your team and let them know they're booing our asses right now. We stink. We got to do something about this. I mean, yeah, he's not, he can say they pay their money and everything else and they do this and they're fans. Yeah, I mean, like I said, nobody can tell you how to fan. That's up to you, but he hates that shit. Of course you hate being booed. My goodness, yeah. And you hate it for your young quarterback that, he's been on campus for 3 years and the expectations were high and he's not playing to his capabilities. And neither is a lot of your guys on your side of the ball, which that's your expertise. So they ain't booing that defense, I'll tell you that.
No, they're not. I don't think the defense got booed at any
No.
time. I don't expect them to get booed at any time this season. They're really
But they
good.
will start to mentally wear down and physically wear down too if your offense can't keep drives going or you're having to punt the ball 3 and outs or throwing picks and making dumb plays and crazy mistakes. That starts to affect everybody. So they got to try to get this fixed over the next 2 weeks. I don't know if they can, but he said they play to a standard. If their standard is playing fast, they're not playing fast. They looked like they're thinking about what they're trying to do, and it's not smooth. It's not coordinated. It looks kind of herky jerky right now. And this is after 3 games.
Well, I think the standard from previous years is playing fast, and I think, like Steve Sarkisian said, they're not playing up to that standard right now.
No, they're not. To me, they're not close. It doesn't look close to what I've seen over the last 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know what to expect when the Texas offense is clicking. I mean, even last year when it was really good, we wanted it to be even better, and the hope was that the potential for this 2025 offense was higher than the 2024 offense. And obviously they've gone in the wrong direction. So
yeah, I thought they would struggle this year a little bit. I mean, once again, you lose the kind of quality players that they lost. And I think at that wide receiver position and the quarterback, and now all of a sudden, you thought you had the golden boy, but you don't have the golden wide receivers. Everybody's not on the same page. And there was going to be some struggles, but I didn't think it would be like this.
Nobody thought you'd be getting booed at home in the 3rd game of the year against UTEP.
After coming off the back-to-back semifinals, I didn't think it could get to be that bad.
Right. And
But
I'll credit Steve Sarkisian for taking the high road on that answer. That was kind of the anti-Brian Kelly answer, right? I mean,
yeah, no, it was the right thing to say. You're going to say, hey, our fans pay a lot of money. They have high expectations of us, and so do we. And so you know how the coaches make the players feel. You know how the coaches make the coaches feel.
yeah.
If that's what goes on out in your stadium at a home crowd, I mean, and that's against Texas El Paso. I mean, they're like, I know the El Paso fans are going, "You're booing that product, really?"
Yeah.
They're probably going, "Holy shit!"
Yeah. Give us some love. Maybe we're just really good out here in
Yeah.
Sun City. Come on,
Maybe we're
man.
one of the better defensive teams in the nation. You just don't know. You know it now.
By the way, I saw some numbers about Sam Houston, obviously Texas's opponent this week. Remember, they're no longer Sam Houston State University. They're just Sam Houston, I believe. I think that's
They're
what
not a
they
state
want.
any longer.
That's what they want to go by. They just want to be
They're
the
going to go by
Sam,
the ghost of Sam Houston.
the Sam Houston Bearcats with a K. Don't forget. So they realize that Sam Houston is not a state, and they dropped the state from their name. There's a lot of schools across the country who should take notes on that.
Yes.
But Sam Houston, out of 136 teams in FBS college football, they rank 133rd in pass defense.
Oh my God.
So if you're not panicking yet, congrats. There aren't too many of you left. Good for you for staying patient. If Texas's passing offense can't get into a rhythm against this team, it's time to press the panic button.
Well, Sark will run the ball 67 times in this game.
Well, if you can't get the running game going against this team, it's also a problem. Their rush defense numbers aren't as bad as their pass defense numbers, but they're still not very good. This is an 0-3 team that has been blown out by 3 pretty inferior opponents. They got smashed by Western Kentucky in week 1, actually in week 0. They got smashed by UNLV in week 1, and then they got smoked by Hawaii in week 2. They did not play this past weekend. They've already played 3 games, but again, they played in week 0. So they're coming off of a bye, but this is an 0-3 team that it's not like, oh, it's 0-3 small school team that has taken a bunch of money games and lost to blue blood schools. No, they've lost to 3 teams, and their numbers are not good. So if Arch Manning and the passing game continue to struggle the way that they have this weekend, then it is a serious, serious problem.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to say I don't expect him to struggle. I'm not even going to say those words. No. I'm going to be very careful because I said that last week. I don't expect him to struggle. I don't know what to expect.
I don't either.
How's that? I hope things are going to work out the right way, but I don't know what to expect.
I don't either.
I could throw a pick on his first pass.
Right. I know what I hope. I know what we all hope. I don't know what to expect from this Texas offense right now.
I just don't know if there's enough time to turn around something in 2 weeks from some of the stuff that we're seeing. I mean, there's some now there's stuff that people that are injured and things like that.
Yeah.
Some other things besides the fact that you're not having the right connections, but to get ready to go into SEC play, and then you'll have another week off. So I mean, there's practice times. There's things that that you have to change and get done, obviously, because you'll be going to the swamp, and it won't be the same as playing Sam Houston's. Those athletes won't be the same.
Not quite.
They won't move anything the same.
Sam Houston.
They may not be. Hey, the quarterback may not be any good, but they got some guys that can run around and some big dudes and big bodies. So
they do. Better athletes than the last 3 teams that Texas will have seen.
Sam Houston University.
By the way, Sam Houston, 133rd in pass defense. They are 113th in pass efficiency defense, 115th in completion percentage allowed, 131st in passing touchdowns allowed.
Oh my God.
And they also give up a bunch of big plays through the air too. So you should see consistency. You should see explosiveness. You should see rhythm. You should see everything good that you're hoping to see from this Texas passing offense. It should be on full display Saturday night. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian here. This one, I didn't really like his answer at all. But this is kind of who Sark is. He was asked if these struggles are actually good for Arch Manning.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think some of this is really good. Here's a guy who's had an awesome life. He's the way he's grown up, where he played, the school he went to, the people he's been surrounded by. But I think you learn a lot about yourself through adversity and overcoming adversity and getting on the other side of adversity. And so to have some of this adversity that he has right now, and when he gets on the other side of it, I think all of this is going to serve not only well for him, but well for us as a team. And so love the challenge for him, love the challenge for us. And, he's a strong-minded guy. He's got great work ethic, great poise, great composure. He's an awesome teammate. And so I love the end of the movie for him when he gets on the other side of this. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm not keen on that. That's sort of like when I was doing some alcohol rehab stuff, when I would be with the kids who were like doing heroin and stuff like that, BK, and I had to go to those classes. They would say, well, you got to get to the bottom first. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What are you, stupid? I said, you don't need to get to the bottom. What the hell do you want to hit the bottom for? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Who the hell wants to hit the bottom? It's like you need to be at the bottom before you can get to the top. Well, that's a bunch of BS. You don't need to be at the bottom. There's no reason to be struggling and having a shitty time in things. You know what I'm saying? Before you can rise to the occasion, that's goofy talk. How about just rising to the occasion and hanging it and staying there? Now, there'll be times where you can start to get down, but I don't need to hit the bottom to get to the top. I don't.
Do you just call Arch Manning a heroin addict?
No, I'm just saying in sports and anything, why do you have to get to the bottom to get to the top? I say, okay, you may have that may be part of an experience. That doesn't always make you better. Some people hit the bottom and never come up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not like hitting the bottom and you automatically, because life keeps going and then you bounce back. Sometimes your ass goes to the bottom and you never get out of the pit.
Right.
So I'm thinking, why do you want to go? No, you didn't need to get there. There's no reason for him to get to the bottom.
We were kind of hoping week 1 was the bottom, and then it looked like he bounced back a little bit in week 2, and then week 3 happened, and it feels like a lower bottom than the.
Yeah, Sark is talking about his life. He's had this, he's had that, dude. Yeah. Nobody.
You know what would be good for Arch Manning if Texas was 3-0 and Arch was still the favorite to win the Heisman Trophy.
Yeah. How about that?
That would be good for Arch Manning. And that would be a lot better for everybody, I think, versus what we've seen right now. Like you don't want to make adversity. I get everybody faces adversity. That happens. Right. You can't avoid it in your life, but you don't want adversity. Sark's talking about like we're glad this happened. We want this to happen. He needed this to happen. No, nobody needs adversity. Nobody likes adversity. There's a reason we all hate it.
I'm sure that Sark is excited that he had an alcohol problem at one time. Yeah, I'm really excited that happened to me. No, I'm not. I'm not excited about that at all. There's a lot of shitty things that comes along with that. That's not exciting. That hasn't made me a better person. That made me a dumbass. That's what it made me, to get that to that point.
Yeah, I don't think Arch Manning needed to get booed at home against
No.
Like, I don't think that needed to happen. And again, it's who he is. And look, I like the way he ended that answer, right? Like, Arch Manning's story isn't finished. You don't close the book on him just yet. And if he does get through this and get to the other side, then it's going to be, remember how bad he started his first year as a starter in Austin, and then look at him now. Yes, that's the end result that we are all hoping for. But I'm not going to sit here and say he needed this or this is good for him or anything like that.
What if that's not his end result? What if this whole experience gets him that he doesn't get to a point where he could have been because of some of these things? That happens to people too. I think people think everybody has a bounce back story. Coach, everybody doesn't have a bounce back story. No. Some people never get to that spot where they really, really wanted to be. Sometimes they get to be in between. And if some things didn't happen to them, maybe they would be there. And there's others that get to the bottom that rise to the top. But everybody doesn't have that same capacity to do those things, And it has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with criticism or fame. It just has something to do with that individual person. Not everybody's going to bounce back.
Here's another bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian here. He was asked about, Arch Manning, the work he's putting in to try to get through some of these tough times.
Yeah, I feel good about the process that we're in right now. I thought Arch had a great practice this morning. I think so many times what happens is you can start looking at yourself, beating yourself up, focusing on yourself. Well, it's already hard enough. The other team's already trying to beat you up. The other team's already trying to knock you down. So let's not self-inflict wounds onto ourselves. Let's take some of that frustration and anger out on them, right? Let's kind of go after them rather than go after ourselves, and shift some of the focus, shift some of the anger, shift some of that frustration over there. And I think that he did that today. I thought he did a great job and came out with a great kind of focus and energy about him. That is what I'm accustomed to. And so I anticipate he's going to right this ship quickly. And that's a credit to the players and coaches around him and helping him do that.
Yeah, I just think there's a certain amount of, when things aren't going the right way, I think coaches, we have a tendency to overcoach. I mean, we really it's like we start looking at the little things that we never ever looked at as being the problem. I mean, just how a player speaks back to you, how a player reacts to your coaching. You overreact to the way they do things. They've been doing it the normal. This is what they do, but you overreact to everything that they do, and then you start overcoaching them, and you get to the point of now you got them really entangled in all kinds of stuff. I think you have to be careful of that. And it just happens. I mean, he's just an inexperienced kid that's just going through some stuff. He's going to have to go through it. I know you don't. It's not like you have weeks and weeks and weeks, but he's also been here for 3 years. That, as I said yesterday, I think that's the most confusing thing to me of all this. That he looked like a kid that just came off the high school field right onto the college field this summer and just learning an offense. He's been around this group. He's been around these people. He's been in this system for 3 years. Right. You know what I mean? And we've seen him have success. And I just want to know what happened to some of the basic stuff. What happened to some of his basic mechanics? That ain't the coach. That's not what coach did to him. That's what Arch did to Arch somewhere. There's something mentally that's got him going in that direction. It's not the coach, but the coach will then think it's him. It's me. It's not the kid. It's me. I'm doing. Let me coach him this way now. Let me do something. Let me get a little bit more on him. He hasn't faced a lot of criticism in his life. He's had things going a good way, which is a good thing. And like I said, nobody wants to be criticized, and nobody wants to be booed, and nobody wants to hit the bottom of the barrel, which was always the dumbest statement I heard of, you have to rise to the top, but you have to hit the bottom first. Nuh-uh. No, you don't. I said, there's a lot of people hit that bottom, BK. They never pull those boots up. They never get a chance to they never come back.
Right.
There's a lot of people not on this earth because they hit the bottom, and guess what? They didn't have the ability to bounce back.
What are you saying? No. Arch Manning's going to die if he doesn't play better?
No. I'm talking about career-wise and what he's trying to do and what he wants to be. So I just think you got to be careful how you do that, how you present that.
Well, for Steve Sarkisian, I think you're right. I think coaches can have the tendency to overcoach in situations like this, and I'll dive into more thoughts on how to fix up the game plan a little later. But Steve Sarkisian's kind of tied to Arch Manning, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah. Well,
even if the struggles are on Arch, and we have a few screenshots that we could show here in a minute that just show Sark is scheming open receivers. There are open players on a lot of these plays that just aren't working for Texas. And it's just Arch isn't seeing them, or his throws are inaccurate, or maybe it's a combination of both. But ultimately, this falls on the offensive-minded head coach, who's the quarterback guru and quarterback whisperer. Maybe the play calling part of his job isn't as bad as some people think it is.
Yeah, Sark right now seems to be tied to him, but he truly is tied to the university, the people that pay him $11 million a year. That's who he's tied to. That's his job, is not to one player. His job is to the entire football team, all those kids that are on that football team. So there'll come a time where you have to part ways if things don't change, because you have to win games. That's his job. But right. I understand the quarterback coach, the offensive minded guy, the guru. I understand that there's a lot invested in this kid mentally, money wise, attention, the whole works, and how you go out and recruit the next guy at this position. There's a lot tied into the success of Arch Manning. So yeah, he's kind of tied to him, but he's basically tied to the rest of this team, because that's who he owes it to get the best player in the right position And that's just not coach talk. That's at every position.
Yeah.
That's your job, is to get the best people on the field. And what you can get, you got to get the best product that you're putting out there. That's how you keep your job as the coach. And you owe that to your assistant coaches who have families and everything else too. So you got to do the right thing by everybody.
He's got to find a way to make it work with Arch, doesn't he?
Whoever plays that position, that's who he's got to make it work with. I'll say that.
He's got to find a way to make it work with Arch, I think. Here's one more from Steve Sarkisian on what he can do to help Arch, not only in practice, but also during games when things aren't going the way that he wants.
Just coach him. That's our job, to coach. And, different scenarios call for different measures, right, of what you need to do. And, I didn't, if Arch was having a bunch of mental errors and not operating the offense well, then that maybe would have required to taking out. I didn't feel like that was the case. Different things require different things to get your point across. And so, we handled it accordingly. We'll handle it accordingly this week and expect him to come out and have a great game Saturday.
Yeah, but you seem to be in a little bit of a panic in the second half of that game where you didn't let him throw the ball down the field, which he needed to do. You started turning around and having him hand off. You could have brought your second-string quarterback or your third-string quarterback or a walk-on in there to hand the ball off to the running back for most of the fourth quarter, when the kid who's struggling to throw the ball, you're not letting him. He should be throwing the ball down the field. He should be getting, hey, if he throws a pick, so be it. Let's go. We got games we're going to win this game anyway. We have games to win. We can't be worrying about your fragile attitude. You need to make these throws. You need to throw the football in some of these spots where a guy's wide open. I don't think he did a great job in the coaching part of that in that game on Saturday. He needed to be chucking the ball down the field. Handing the ball off to a freshman running back, I'm like, okay, what did you prove? What did you prove to anybody?
Yeah, that's one of those things where time will tell if that was the right decision. And look, time will tell on all of this, right?
Well, dude, if the kid can't play against this group this week and he can't throw, then we're going to know an awful lot. Period. If he struggles, if he has, I'll say this: if he has an 0 for 10 series against Sam Houston University, of the ghost of Sam Houston, then that's a problem. Then you need to start getting your backup ready for SEC play, or whoever your backup is.
They're playing with the ghost or playing against a ghost. That's tough, man.
Yeah, they got an extra guy on the field.
Yeah,
that always sucks.
They're probably going to need 12 or 13 in this game, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad team. It's a bad team. They're playing a bad team. I mean, you're going to learn some things, but you're not going to learn a real lot. But I know people would feel good. They'll feel good about the quarterback if he goes out there and throws for 300 yards. Shit, if he goes out there and throws for 200 yards, I'm giving him way too much credit. That's because I'm talking about these games in the 300s. I like to see a completion percentage that's high against this group. I'd like to see a lot of things different. I mean, the pace of play on this offense needs to change. It's not flowing the right way.
No, it's not. The Eyes of Texas says it doesn't really matter if we do good against Sam Houston. What is that going to prove? Well, it proves that you don't do bad against Sam Houston.
Yeah, that's what it does prove. Yeah, you had a week of practice and you practiced hard, and the things that the coaches talked about, you got it done against an inferior team. That's fine.
Yeah,
you can't do anything about the people that are in front of you. You just got to beat them.
Right. You hope it gives you some confidence, right, for the guys in that locker room. It might not do a lot for the fan base's confidence, but I think Arch Manning needs a serious dose of confidence right now, and I think he can get some of that if he goes out and balls out this weekend against the Bearcats. But, yeah, look, I won't argue.
Kyle says Arch is already seeing ghosts.
Arch is – oh, God. The ghost of Sam Houston has been haunting him all season.
Oh, my goodness.
Not just this game coming up. It's been the first 3 games. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We've got, I don't want to turn this into the dunk on Arch hour, but just to show you more of what we're talking about here and more of what I'm talking about, that there are open receivers on these plays. And again, Sark is not absolved of the blame, but I've seen a lot of articles saying Sark is doing a horrible job as a play caller right now, and I just don't buy that, because there are enough open players on some of these drop back passing attempts to where I can't be too critical of him for that. Now, again, he works with the quarterback a lot, and he's the offensive-minded head coach, so he's going to be held accountable if the quarterback isn't playing well. But we'll just show you that now the play calling might not be as bad as some people think it is right now. But before we dive back into the Texas football conversation, Buck, we've got our first round of sponsor shout-outs.
Say to our friends over at Tony C's Austin Original Coal-Fired Pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and the Italian food straight from the Ciola family's cookbook. Tony C's has been a part of the Bee Caves area in that community for over 15 years. Today is 2 for Tuesday, BK. 2 pies for the price of 1. Highway 79 in Round Rock, near the Dell Diamond, right beside the Dell Diamond, Emerson Lane, and, of course, in Bee Caves. Love Tony C's Pizza.
Could be a Tony C's day for me today.
Yeah, get yourself 2 for 1. You need 2 pies today after this weekend.
I need 6 pies today.
Yeah, get yourself some Altstadt beer along with 6 pies. How's that?
Shout out to the Altstadt Beer. Perfect complement to your pizza or to your burgers or to your chicken or to your salad. You can have an Altstadt Light with the salad. Come on. Or, hey, you're eating a salad. You can have an Altstadt Lager or a Kolsch. You can have whatever Altstadt you want because you're already, eating the salad. So you're good. Shout out to Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you could find all across the state of Texas. They've got it here in Austin. They've got it in the Metroplex. They've got it in H-Town. They've got it in San Antonio. This stuff is fantastic. And I mentioned it. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And it's not just me telling you about the greatness of Altstadt. Altstadt has won numerous awards and medals over the years. The U.S. Open Beer Festival, the Great American Beer Festival. Altstadt is award-winning stuff. Telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. Y'all have heard me talk about Altstadt for years. It's the only beer that I drink, and I promise you are going to love it. Get you some the next time you're at the store. It is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Sweet.
Also, a quick shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our TSU gear, our hats, our polos, our pullovers, our signs, that giant step and repeat banner that we have at our Schultz Garden pregame shows. Of course, we'll be back out there again this Saturday, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You can reach out to him on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text Adam directly to get what you need for your business or a big event coming up. 512-300-9641.
And don't forget about Daymaker's Half Day Cafe. Great day to go out and grab yourself a bite to eat. They're open from 7 to 3. You can have breakfast for lunch or lunch for breakfast. And they've got 14 seats right there at the bar waiting for you. You don't have to grab a table. If you want to sit at the bar, they'll serve you right there. You can get your cocktails in the morning if need be. Some of you need to get your drink on early. You can get your drink on early at Daymaker's Half Day Cafe.
Yes, indeed. All right. More Texas football conversation here on a Tuesday edition of Bucky and BK. Appreciate y'all joining us this morning. Our man Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered will join us at 8 o'clock. We'll take a look around the conference. He was at the Georgia-Tennessee game, so we'll get his firsthand account of that Tennessee collapse in Knoxville. What a game that was. But a couple of screenshots here, Buck. I've got 4 of these. And Matt Galatzan, who is one half of Open Gym every afternoon on TSU from 4 to 6, he did a great job. I highly encourage you to check out hour 2 of Open Gym yesterday. Maybe find it on YouTube because he found about 14 or 15 different plays in the game against UTEP where Arch Manning was either inaccurate or just completely missed an open receiver. And we're not going to do all 15 of those plays, but I cut up 4 plays from the all-22 film that just show, it shows you that Arch Manning is struggling. Not that nobody can see that with the blind eye, but with the all-22, you get a look of the entire field, so you can really see where everybody is and where Arch Manning should be throwing the football. So we've got 4 cuts here. Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's play number 1. This is the throw to Ryan Wingo, who's at the 45-yard line. And I'll try to explain this the best that I can, and we won't spend too much time on this because if you're on the app, you obviously can't see what we're showing right now. But the throw to Ryan Wingo where Arch Manning just missed 3 yards short and to the right, this is not a bad play call. There's no one within 6 yards of Ryan Wingo here.
Absolutely. The guy on the inside can't make the play.
The guy on the inside can't make the play. The corner covering Ryan Wingo is 6 yards away, and his hips are like turned the wrong way. You could tell he's trying to recover because he's already taken a false step. Like
Yeah,
this
he's
should
falling
be
down, trying to grab his balance. Yes.
This is a 15-yard air throw here, and like a 10-yard throw that's 7 or 8 yards, I should say, from the line of scrimmage. This should be a very easy pitch and catch. This is exactly what you want this play to do. Your number one receiver is wide open. We always talk about Ryan Wingo having that yard after catch ability.
That's a one-on-one with a guy who's already lost his balance.
Yeah, and a guy at UTEP. So you get Ryan Wingo the ball here. He cuts up field. He makes that guy miss. That could be a touchdown for Texas.
Absolutely.
That is an easy pitch and catch right there. That is one of the easiest throws that a quarterback at this level should be able to make, and Arch Manning completely missed it, right? So that's one where he had the right read on this one. That's the good sign. He threw it to the open receiver, but obviously the throw was completely inaccurate, and it ends up as an incomplete pass. Here's this one. This is the Arch Manning interception on the 4th down play. You see Arch Manning rolling out to his left here. He has Parker Livingston wide open at the 5-yard line. Like, it's not 4th and goal. It's 4th down and just 3, I think. And if you throw this right now to Parker Livingston, he's going to
drag that guy probably into the end zone.
He might drag the guy into the end zone. You're right. Like, it's guaranteed to be a first down. If you throw it right now and the ball is on the money, there is zero question that that's a first down to keep the drive alive. But yeah, Parker Livingston, 6'4", almost 200 pounds.
Yep.
Great athlete, sneaky speed, high IQ. If that throw is on time and on target, it's a good play for Texas.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt. Dartmouth takes that in probably.
Dartmouth. Instead, this is the play where Arch Manning ends up rolling all the way back to his right and then throws across his body over the middle of the field, and it turns into an interception. So Livingston's open. Also, I think that's Nick Townsend, Buck. Look by the ref on the right hash.
Oh, I see him coming across late.
Like, Arch obviously has to turn and set his feet, but if, he could do that and make that throw as well, and he didn't do that. He didn't see Nick Townsend there, but his
that's the one that they always tell you, don't do that one, though.
Yeah, he's looking at the right place, right?
He is.
His eyes are in the right spot. He just doesn't.
Why does he just let it? I mean, why don't you just pull the trigger there?
I don't know. Can't quite figure it out. Like, it's there. That's the design I think you want, isn't it?
Yeah, he almost looks like he's ready. He's willing to run the ball more so than throw the ball.
I guess so. Like, you call that play on a 4th and 3, because you feel like, all right, this is guaranteed to get us the first down. We'll send a couple of guys to the end zone, but our first read is this guy will get the first down. And he didn't throw it. So that's 2. We got 2 more here. This one, I can't remember the exact scenario of this play. I know it ended up as an incomplete pass for Texas. But here's Arch Manning in the pocket. Still has some time to throw. Look at the 50-yard line, Buck. I mean, Jordan Washington is wide open. The ball needs to be thrown to him probably a second before this picture was taken.
Yeah, that's one of those throws that's just taken. They're just giving you that.
And if you don't want that, which I don't know why you wouldn't, because again, that should be an easy pitch and catch. Both of your checkdowns are open, right? Like, you could throw it into the flats.
Yeah, your check down guy. Yeah, the one on the right is to your side, to your right-hand side, can catch and run for days.
Yeah, both. Or Christian Clark at the bottom of the screen, right? The closest defender is number 4, who's at the 45-yard line, 15 yards away. I mean, his hips are turned because he's chasing that receiver.
Or he's probably thinking at the tight end there that's at the 50, he catches 1 of every 6 passes too. So he's probably thinking, shit, if I throw it to him, he ain't going to catch it.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I there are 3 very open guys. The first read should be to Washington because he's down the field. He's wide ass open.
Doesn't that dude have hands of steel every once in a while too?
He did drop one in week 2. So, wait, no one's blaming Arch Manning if he throws it on the money and it's dropped. Then it's Jordan Washington's fault.
Yeah, that's open. You got to let that one go. That's way too easy right there because that guy can catch and turn up the field.
Right. That's a big play and a first down to keep the drive going. And then last but not least, what play is this? This is the side. I think this is the sidearm throw that Arch Manning had to Ryan Wingo pretty early in the game on a 4th down, where it just was completely inaccurate. It was off platform and the ball fell harmlessly to the ground, turnover on downs.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Ryan Wingo's open over the middle of the field. on that in-breaking route. Like you can lob that in there.
Yeah, that's
And
supposed to go over the top of that other guy, right to your guy, or
yeah,
or the window's supposed to open up a little bit more, and you're supposed to hit him coming across.
I mean, there's like a 15-yard window between, actually a 20-yard window between the linebacker and the DB over the top.
Yep.
That is plenty of space to make that throw. It's the right read from Arch on this one. Haley saw Ryan Wingo, but his footwork was terrible. His mechanics were awful. He sidearms it and incomplete pass. So
yeah, sometimes we don't pay a lot of attention to mechanics when a guy sidearms a ball and he's accurate with it. Right now, this kid's not accurate with mechanics are bad and the sidearms bad too because things are coming up short, high and outside. I know we still can't. You couldn't show that Wingo one down the sideline, but you're talking about a touchdown with a little touch pass. That's not even a hard pass.
Yeah,
that's a BK throw right there in the backyard for a tutty right there.
And Matt actually cut up that play too, and he also had the 4th down miss to Parker Livingston on what should have been a touchdown deep over the middle. Remember that play? Like those are throws that a third-year quarterback in this system should be able to make. And those are throws that Arch Manning made last year. That's the most confusing part about all of this. And again, that's the part that still gives me hope that, hey, he's going to be fine and this thing could turn. But like he made tougher throws than these last year.
Yeah, and I've got to believe he's a studious football player to the point that he's doing more football than he is doing commercials, although he's got a lot of those.
Does have a lot of those.
I mean, people will look at that and say, no, that guy's he's doing enough. He's just in a funk that he needs to get out, or they need to find. I know, like you said, they may be tied to the hip, but your deal is for the team. You got to make sure that the team is okay. And if there's somebody that can make those throws right now, and if you can't make them this week, BK, just throw it all up in the air. Just take all your paper, your homework and stuff, and chuck it in the air in the wind and say the dog ate it or whatever. Because if he can't beat this group with the numbers that you're throwing out there and the difference in talent, then that's a problem. And I don't expect that to happen, but what does it fix? That's the thing. I know to make everybody feel better if he has some success, even against a team like this. I mean, you can only, like I said, you can only beat the teams in front of you. So if he beats up on this team and has success and throws some nice ball and his footwork is nice, what else can you can't say anything. You can go into the next game thinking that this is going to be a struggle, but you just go to game. So that's all you can do right now. He's at that point where it just goes from play to play, which it doesn't go to game with him. It goes from play to play, it looks like now.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, we played that bit of sound from Steve Sarkisian kind of hinting to Arch Manning being a little too hard on himself. And I think we've seen that. I think we've kind of heard that from some of the comments Arch has made this season. It feels like one or two bad plays kind of snowballs for him.
Sure.
Like, I think we saw that in the second quarter where he had that 0 for 10 stretch against UTEP. It's like, all right, you're going to – every quarterback, your uncles in the prime of their NFL careers made bad throws. They made bad decisions. They missed guys, whatever. It happens when you play that position at this level. You got to put it behind you. Like, you can't let one bad play beat you twice. And
I kind of think that's more in tune to what it is with him than anything right now. It's the couple of bad plays. He's not had that kind of – he's had a lot of success – playing at the level in high school where he was just better than the guys, the competition. So he's had a lot of success. He hasn't had those failures, and not 2 failures in a row, on throws, or 3 in a row, and not 0 for 10. And that's the stuff I think he's got to overcome. I think he can overcome the footwork and some of that other stuff. Once he gets in his rhythm, he'll get his rhythm, whether it's sidearm or whatever, he'll get to the rhythm part of it. And he sees the guys are there. They're open.
Yeah. The guys are there, and sometimes it looks like he sees them and he just doesn't throw. Like, his eyes aren't always in the wrong place. That'd be a huge issue, and I think Sark kind of referenced that earlier. It's like, Arch's eyes are usually where they're supposed to be. He's just either not pulling the trigger, or when he does, the throws aren't where they need to be.
Every week Sark says he's got to learn to take what they give him, but you get into games and he doesn't do that.
No, they're giving him.
And then again, and the ones they're giving him, he doesn't get it there. They're right there. He sees it, and he's trying to get it to him, but he doesn't. Yeah, he's got to take more of – if they're going to give him 10-yarders, go ahead and take the 10 yarders, get yourself in rhythm. Don't have the coach say, this is what I need you to do. I don't need you to bang your head against the wall at a stadium to get going in a game. I need you to take that 10-yard out or that little curl pass by Wingo and throw it in his chest and let him catch the ball. That's what you need to do. That'll get you going. Go ahead and slide it out to the back, sliding out of the backfield. Just dump it off, let him catch and run, and not try to look at 8 different places. And then don't scramble around and then throw the ball back to the middle of the field and have it picked. Don't do those things. Take what they're giving. They're giving you little swing screens. Take those. You'll feel good. You just need some things to make you feel good,
Yeah. I think something I'd like to see this offense do a little bit more this Saturday, and definitely when we get to SEC play, is just simplify things a little bit. Like,
sure,
keep it simple, stupid. Dumb it down. I know, what people love about the Steve Sarkisian offense is just how detailed it is and how many intricacies there are and how you never know what's coming because there's so many different things coming at you over the course of a 60-minute game. But it felt like this past weekend, Sark was kind of grab bagging at times where he just kept trying so many different things. Like nothing's working. Let's try this concept. Let's try that concept.
We're not going to lose this game. We can do all this. We can do that.
Yeah. It's like they started the game in heavy 12 personnel. By the end, they were in the spread running zone read with the quarterback a bunch. So it's like they tried a bunch of different things. And I think you're right. I think Sark did that because it's UTEP. We're not going to lose. Let's keep trying different stuff and see what works. I think you're at the point now with just one non-conference game left where it's like, get a few different things that work, that the quarterback is comfortable or at least most comfortable with. I don't know how comfortable he is with anything right now, but where is he most comfortable? Just focus on a few of those things, hone in on that. And also, I know Sark won't do this because he loves playing his younger guys. He loves playing his inexperienced guys. He wants to build that depth. And we talk about it. You can't replicate game experience. But part of me, Buck, is like, do you need 5 tight ends playing in these games, or should Arch just be building rapport with like his top 2 tight ends who are actually going to be on the field against the SEC?
I would say the guys are going to be in the SEC games.
Yeah. Do you need 5 running backs playing? And obviously Texas is banged up in that running back room, so that impacts things. But like, do you need to have a bunch of different tight ends and running backs, or should you just try to be, let's figure it out with the important guys to make sure this looks good in October?
I think you want to be with the guys you're going to be with in October. That's what you need to do. And, I don't know why. I mean, if Christian Clark is going to be your guy now, if that guy's going to be the guy who is in the games, then he needs to be in the games getting a lot of playing time with your quarterback. Some kind of rapport where that when he slides out, he just comes back to the huddle and say, I'm open on that. Just slip it out to me. I've got plenty of daylight in front of me to run. I can get in the open field and go. He needs to have those guys. He doesn't need to worry about the freshman running back that they're trying to – does he have a spark? Is he going to be ready? Now, if that kid's going to be playing in the SEC play, which looks like with these hamstring injuries, he's going to be – because he looks like the one that has a little bit of juice to him. Okay, yep. I got that. Okay, you know what? I'll do that. I'll do that in the off week.
I thought, it's interesting talking about James Simon. Like I thought James Simon was the best running back that Texas put on the field on Saturday. And it's crazy. He averaged 3.9 yards a carry, Buck. Obviously not great. He averaged 4.2 yards per carry after contact. Offensive line, are you doing anything? I'll let you do the math right there.
He's the guy with a little bit of explosiveness to him right now. But they're all very average right now. They're just guys right now. They all look just like a bunch of guys. They look like the guy that's, just came out of Texas State. Sorry about that. But they look like, the guy who just is running the running back at Texas State or any other place that's not at this level right now. They're just guys. There's nothing special. They don't have any special qualities. I haven't seen any special moves. I haven't seen a guy make a guy miss where his jock is still back on the ground somewhere. I haven't seen it. I mean, I've seen Gibson lower his shoulder, get you some extra yards. That's why he's a fullback and not a tailback. So go ahead and if you're going to put 2 backs in the backfield, make him a part of your plan. I'd like to see more of that. If he's going to be a part of what you do, don't keep trying to make that guy your tailback and think great things are going to happen. They're not. He's going to make a run of 8 yards, and you're going to be excited about that. But if you get him out there and he, if you slip screen him or slip a ball out to him in the flat, where Arch will feel good about dumping it off and he runs for 12 yards or whatever, you'll be happy about that. That's good.
Sure.
But you're not going to turn around and give it to him 35 times. This guy's going to rush for 200. That's not him.
No, I think
you don't see any explosive runs. Even the freshman, he's getting used to it. He hasn't played at this level, so he's getting used to what kind of moves can I get away with? What can I get away with? Can I get away with bouncing it outside? Do I have that kind of quickness, or should I just keep on a straight path? They all look like straight liners, as I call them right now.
The longest run of the year for the Longhorns is Arch Manning's 20-yard touchdown run that he had in the third quarter against San Jose State.
The two teams that you played in, you should have 40-yard runs and 35-yard. There should be a bunch of those. And we know what the level of running backs that Texas has had over the last couple of years. We've seen that. Trey Wisner's banged up, but you can't make the club in the tub. I mean, what can you do?
None of the Texas running backs have a touchdown this season. Texas has 3 rushing touchdowns as a team, but they're all by Arch Manning. None of the running backs have gotten into the end zone yet. So that's, and we talked about it yesterday.
They haven't scored any points. For me, it's just not putting any points on the board. That's crazy.
I haven't scored any points. And there's only been, of the last 142 running back rushing attempts, that dates back to last season's playoff, Texas has just one run that has gone for more than 15 yards. So there is no explosiveness in the ground game right now. A lot of it's on the offensive line. Those guys are terrible. But
they're just leaning and pushing. They don't create holes. And when the guys, that's why you become such a straight liner, because you truly feel, BK, like you have one cut and done. You better not be dancing around, because there's not going to be anything there. It's going to get stuffed in a hurry.
Yeah, you got to make your cut behind the line of scrimmage the way this offensive line is playing right now. One more from Sark here, and then we'll break, because Chris Phillips is joining us at 8 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on Texas, of course, too, but we'll go around the SEC as we do every Tuesday at 8 o'clock here on Bucky and BK. Here's Sark talking about the running backs and whether or not the Longhorns are going to maybe lean on the run game a little bit more because of the struggles at quarterback.
See, we leaned into him running the ball a little bit more. And again, as I said Saturday, I think we're going to have to wrap our brains around that's kind of part of our offense is utilizing the quarterback run game. Some games will require more than others. I think we were intentionally Saturday. I needed to find out about these other 3 kids running the ball. With Jarek and Christian, and obviously James Simon, with Trey down and with Cedric down, finding out about them. I think the style of defense dictates some of that too. It was a bunch of 3 safety, don't give up deep balls against us, and so running the ball was advantageous. I felt like we left a lot of meat on the bone in the run game. We probably should have had more yardage there than we did, and that's something that'll be a point of emphasis this week if we get a similar style defense. And so I think it all adds up to yes. I mean, you're always trying to manage in game and adapt in game to what is occurring. You lose the running back the first play of the game. They come out and play a different defense. Your quarterback's struggling a little bit. Naturally, you gravitate more to running the ball. And a lot of times it doesn't feel as sexy. It doesn't feel as exciting. But there was a lot to gain from that game for our players to learn from and how to strain, how to finish in the run game, and to do the things that we need to do. So we're going to need our run game. I think we're making good strides, but I think it can be better. And so that's our challenge, is to improve that.
See, and I think the other way, I think you lost an opportunity for your quarterback in the second half of the game to get out of his funk. That running game is not what's going to take you to an SEC championship or to the playoffs. That running game is not going to be good enough to do it, Coach.
So
because your line isn't good enough to do it. So you need to understand, you better find ways to throw the ball down the field. If you think you're going to find a running game with your freshman tailback or anybody else behind that line, that ain't happening.
Well, to that point, and Sark was talking about kind of the looks that UTEP was presenting on Saturday. This is the first offensive snap of the game for the Longhorns. Look at this defensive front by UTEP. They have 3 down linemen.
Yes.
They have 5 guys in the box, Buck.
I know.
Texas,
that thing you should be running
Texas
over that.
Bucky, Texas is in 12 personnel. They have 2 tight ends, meaning they have 7 blockers here, and there are 5 UTEP defenders in the box. They can't run with this formation against that look.
Yeah, that ball when it snaps should go all the way to that yellow line. When you hand it off, it shouldn't be any less yards than that guy getting the ball and getting to the yellow line there.
How crazy is that? Like that was the base look for UTEP. They didn't run that on every play, but they ran that on a lot of plays. And you've got 2 tight ends on the field and 5 offensive linemen, and you can't create holes against this look. What on earth is happening?
Yeah, no, that's no. I love
No.
to run against. I love to run against that look. I love to run some guys I had against that look all day long.
Oh my God! All right,
Or 30% of the day. That'd be fun.
We'll get back into this. We have some sponsor shout outs. Our man Chris Phillips is about to join us to go around the SEC. Of course, plenty more Texas conversation coming up as well. But before we take a look around the conference, how about some sponsor shout outs?
So our friends over at Sue Patrick with that incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. Tons of Texas-themed gifts, items, books, the whole works. A wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes, as a matter of fact, BK. Sue Patrick offers free shipping on online orders over $59 or more. And, of course, free curbside pickup and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go on to say hello to Jay and the whole staff over there. Jelly cats are available. Jay told me about the jelly cat guy that came in the other day and said, "What are these jelly cat things?" And he said, "Does Bucky really collect jelly cats?" I'm like, "Bucky doesn't collect it. His wife collects jelly cats. I just pick them up there. That's Sue Patrick. I don't collect them." But for more information, go to SuePatrick.com for more information. But love the folks at Sue Patrick. How about this one right here, BK?
It's a great hat.
That's a great hat, too. Love them. Love Sue Patrick.
Thank you very much. Yes, we do. Love McCall Custom Homes as well. If you are looking to upgrade your home, maybe a kitchen remodel, maybe a new bathroom, maybe you want to add some new life to your outdoor space. Maybe you've got a growing family. You need to grow your home. McCall Custom Homes can do all of it for you because they've been doing all of those things here in Central Texas for 40 years. That's right. Father-son team with 4 decades of experience, and all of that experience has been right here in our own backyard. So they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly special. Go to McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com for more. Again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. See some of the testimonials. You can see that they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Get some ideas for your home, and then reach out to Mike, 512-633-9580. Or again, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com.
By the way, Mike finished my net. My net's up. My hitting net is now up. 10-foot net is up there. The putting green is in. And I can't go because I'm so soft. I can't go out there and swing right now.
Oh, your back hurts too much to play a full round of golf, and your back hurts too much to even take a couple of hacks in the yard?
The new net, I can't go do it. Can't do it. We're not going to risk anything right now, okay? We're not going to sink to the bottom of the pit, Sark, and try to rise up. We don't want to get there. I don't want to be at the bottom.
Oh, man. All right. Well, if you want that golf putting green like the Buck has at his place, McCall Custom Homes can do that too. Let's bring them on. One of our favorite segments each and every week. We are joined by Chris Phillips, the founder and CEO and on-air talent of SEC Unfiltered, as we take our look around the Southeastern Conference. CP, good to see you, my man. How are you this morning?
BK, Bucky, what's going on? Great to be here. It was another electric weekend. Yeah, excited to chat with you guys. It's crazy to think. I tell people all the time, man, savor every weekend because we're already a quarter of the way through. It's college football season just flies by. You're going to blink, and it's going to be Halloween, and you're going to blink again, and it's Thanksgiving and end of the season. So, yeah, it was a great weekend, and savoring every week of it, that's for sure.
Well, you saw enough Halloween colors in Knoxville, I believe, over the weekend. A lot of pumpkin colors there.
Yeah.
And, boy, did they have it going on early. Chris, I'm trying to figure out how did they lose that game? I know Kirby Smart has a great defense, but I don't know how Josh Heupel found a way to lose that football game. That was one that you let get away.
Yeah, Bucky, as much as being there and looking back on the game and, you give tons of credit to Georgia, and I'm not astonished that Georgia won a football game like that.
Sure.
I picked them to win that football game. But, yeah, you're right. I look back at we're going to drop the vlog tomorrow, and I've looked back at some of the video, and I'm like, I just can't believe Tennessee lost. It's one of those that I don't – this is probably the first game on the tour that I've done that I've left truly astonished that one side or the other did not win. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it was Tennessee's game to win. I thought they got really conservative late. I thought
Yeah.
Josh Heupel, you could argue, cost them that football game late. But here's the problem with that game. That it's so much happened. It's hard to pin it, or nearly impossible to pin it down to one thing. Like, everybody's going to look at the kick at the end of the game, right? And the kid should have made it, right? I mean, he should have made the kick. It just, bottom line. But there's so many other things that happen in that football game. I mean, you stop him on a fourth and what felt like forever. Don't let Gunnar Stockton make the throw of his life. You stop a 2-point conversion, you probably win that football game. There were other opportunities to win it. If you don't go ultra conservative after you get a strip sack of Gunnar Stockton late in the game, they ran it up the gut 3 times. I mean, there were just so many things. If you're able to get one more stop defensively. The thing about it, there's a lot of positives to take away if you're a Tennessee fan. I mean, Joey Aguilar looked awesome. He looked incredible. Chris Brazzell is a real number one dude. Tons of positives offensively. And I think defensively, once they get healthy, they were down their top 2 corners. So I think once they get healthy defensively, and they've got a schedule still, guys, that's extremely conducive to a big year. So I think they're going to be fine once you get past the heartbreak, which might still be happening in Knoxville right now. I talked to some Tennessee buddies. They said this was probably the most heartbreaking loss they had ever endured as a Tennessee fan, which if you follow Tennessee football at all over the years, that's saying a lot because they've been through a lot. But at the end of the day, guys, I mean, it's what we know about Georgia. You have to beat Georgia. And I think that's where they went awry at the end of the game. It almost felt like they were playing not to lose the game instead of playing to win it. And with Georgia, again, you have to finish the job and beat them because it is in their DNA. It is in their wiring to win a football game like that, to find a way against all odds. And sure enough, Georgia just does it again, man. It feels like at times they're inevitable. And for the Vols, it's 9 straight losses to Kirby Smart, the Dogs.
Yeah, CP, I saw you post a video last night of some Tennessee fans thinking that kick went in at the end.
I thought it – well, here's the thing. I reacted to the people around me. So, admittedly, because, I mean, BK, what's going through my mind is, okay, 7 seconds left. He has this kick. If he makes it, I'm going to rush the field. This is happening.
You were up top. Could you have made it all the way down to the field?
Right. That's so funny story. That is the exact seat I sat in last year for the Tennessee-Alabama game when I rushed the field there. So, yes, I was able to do it. I remember last year the final pick happens. We light the cigars, and I, sprinted down to the bottom. It takes a while to get down to that field, right? So, I sprinted down there, got to the lower concourse. So, yes, I could have made it. But, yeah, it was weird. It was like you're at that side angle, and a lot of people around me are going crazy. I think people were just so, on edge that they wanted it to go in so badly. So I start reacting, and I'm like, oh, crap, he missed it.
So, amazing.
And once he missed it, and went to overtime, you're like,
no,
this is Georgia's game. There's just no way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here. CP, I think the other best game of the weekend in the Southeastern Conference. How about Texas A&M going on the road to Notre Dame? 4th and goal in the final seconds. Marcel Reed, the touchdown pass to some Aggie tight end who I can't pronounce. What a game. What a win for Mike Elko, and a statement for Texas A&M. What are your thoughts from that game?
Yeah, that was my upset call of the week. I picked A&M straight up to win that game, including obviously plus 6.5. But yeah, listen, huge win for Mike Elko and company. I mean, you look at Texas A&M, they got a lot to clean up defensively. Obviously, heck, Notre Dame's saying the same thing. I mean, they sit at 0-2. You got to be impressed with offensively what Marcel Reed's been able to do. You look across the board at that offense, the running back room is as loaded as any in college football. The wide receiver room is really what Mario Craver, Casey Concepcion, they got big time dudes on the outside. I feel like Marcel Reed has taken the step that we were hoping he was going to take coming into this season. And, I said it going in that Notre Dame game last year, guys, that season opener at Elko's first game, I didn't feel like at that point, obviously game number 1, that they were quite ready to win a game of that magnitude, game 1 of his leadership. You can see how far the program, I think, has come in a year span. It takes time to instill a culture and establish the foundation of what you're trying to do. I think they've done that now, you hate to, you don't want to overreact to A&M early in the season because we all know what the Aggies are capable of. But this is a darn good team. This is a really, really good team. This is a roster built, I think, to make the college football playoff. I really do. And they've got explosiveness on offense. Like I said, I love the receiver room, love the running back room. It's a veteran offensive line. We're not going to talk about the no call and the holding on the last play of the game as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that was a clean play.
Sure.
Listen, it wasn't a hold. It was a form tackle, BK. There's a difference. It was a form tackle.
Hey, spoken like a guy who had money on the Aggies.
Yeah,
huh?
Straight up form tackle. It's okay. Hey, listen, it is what it is, right? They didn't throw the flag, so there is no flag.
Chris, over the last year, over the last 2 years, Texas has gone out and gotten a dynamic wide receiver. A&M got Concepcion. That guy's dynamic. That guy makes a difference. He would make a difference anywhere he went. He's spectacular. He runs really sharp routes as a college player. He looks like a pro wide receiver already. And then number one, that little dude can fly. They have stuff to go along with Marcel Reed, whether he's going to run or throw. If he scrambles around, those guys get loose in your secondary, and that's going to be big for them. And, and as you said, that running back room, because I'm looking at the SEC, I'm trying to find out where are the great runners in the SEC. I know that one dude at Missouri is pretty badass. That dude can go. Mm-hmm. Anybody like to have him, but A&M's got 2 or 3 guys in their backfield that with that offensive line can really, really power the ball when they have to power the ball. They don't necessarily have to throw it all the time. That is kind of a total package that they got going on right now in offense.
Yeah, I think they're complete on the offensive side. I really do. Again, I trust Elko also to, they're going into the bye week. I trust Elko to get it cleaned up defensively. You give Notre Dame obviously some credit there, but to go into that environment, go on the road, win a game late like that at the buzzer, that's a culture win. That's a culture win. So to get I think it's his signature win. Obviously early, huge for them. We'll see how it sparks their season. Long way to go, but yeah, I had the Aggies right at like 9 wins coming into the season. Had them at 9-3. And I had them getting this win, funny enough. I think they're right there on the verge of the playoff, man. I do, just depending on, how it shakes out the rest of the way. I do think they're a real contender.
Now, would you say the same for Missouri? They're the way they're playing right now. Or do you is their quarterback, the little kid from Penn State, is he good enough with the running back to get it done? Because they look like they've got it together defensively again.
Well, Bucky, I can tell you this. The one thing I'm not going to do is the week that I'm making my first ever trip to Columbia, Missouri for a game, what I'm not going to do is not put respect on MIZ. So, yeah, I think, number one, Bo Prabula was a great pickup out of Penn State. Got some Penn State fans, I think, looking around saying maybe this should have been our guy instead of Drew Allar.
Yeah.
Ahmad Hardy, you talked about, a bad man. That dude, 250 more rushing yards from him last weekend. I know it was against inferior competition, but still he's been doing it all season. Guys, they're like the best offense in the SEC at this point. They're averaging almost 600 yards of offense a game. Like I said, factor in the competition, but they did it against the Power 4 team in Kansas. They whipped them up and down the field all throughout for 4 quarters. Big opportunity this weekend, obviously, in South Carolina. They're double-digit favorites in the game. Kind of feels like it feels like it could be a tricky spot just because that battle for the Mayor's Cup has always been a really close competitive game. But if Lenora Sellers doesn't go for South Carolina, I think it's going to probably get ugly. But no, I like this Mizzou team. I think Mizzou is the most perpetually disrespected program in the SEC. It's just so easy to write them off, and they're not SEC, and they don't belong. And all Eli Drinkwitz and company do is win football games. They've been doing that over the last couple of years, and listen, the schedule helps. Don't get me wrong. The schedule helps. They don't leave Como till October the 18th.
Right.
Schedule helps. But your schedule's your schedule, and they got a pretty good team to go with it. I definitely think they are a team that a college football playoff sleeper at minimum, at worst a sleeper, at best, I think a realistic contender because, again, offensively, and I like Corey Batoon in that defense too. They're salty yet again on the defensive side. So, yeah, they got a big one this weekend against South Carolina. I will tell you this. I'm really excited to get there, experience it for the first time. I've heard good things about it. We've already started to feel the hospitality from folks. And, because I've never been. So a lot of people kind of giving me the lay of the land out there. And it'll be a good time. I'm excited for it. Night game in Como, really get a firsthand look at the atmosphere. So, but yeah, Mizzou's a real contender for sure. And Bo Prabula is a real dude at quarterback.
Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered joining us here on Bucky and BK. Chris, the obligatory Florida question following a disappointing loss. Look, I know they were underdogs. I know they were on the road in Death Valley at night. Not a lot of teams win in a situation like that, but 5 interceptions for DJ Lagway. Florida was right there. They had their chances to go win that football game. They failed to make the big plays late. Lagway can't stop turning it over. You can give your thoughts on LSU too, but obviously, Texas plays Florida in a couple of weeks. So I know a lot of Longhorn fans are kind of keeping a close eye on the Gators right now. What's your takeaway from the Gators side of that performance?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I never expected Florida to go into Baton Rouge and win this football game, even before the season, even when I thought Florida was going to be a real playoff contender, obviously. It feels like we're back to where we started with Billy Napier, doesn't it? I mean, it feels like we're back to early season 2024 where he kind of was reaching dead man walking territory. And certainly if Florida loses, if they get beat pretty bad by Miami, we're going to be right at that point. I don't think they fire Billy Napier before the end of the season. I don't see it. I think this is a team that will not quit on him. We saw that last year. I think we'll see that again this year. It's the way you lost, I think, that's so disheartening with the 5 interceptions and, DJ Lagway forcing some things. And DJ Lagway was supposed to be, your guy. And it actually looks like he's regressed a bit, right? I thought the defense really held up their end of the bargain. I love what Florida's got defensively. And I'll tell you this, speaking on just looking too far ahead, the Texas-Florida matchup, if Texas doesn't get some things going offensively and Arch Manning don't figure it out, that might be a slugfest down there in the swamp. I mean, that really – because, again, with Sapp and Banks and those guys, although I think one of them's out for an extended period of time now, but they've got dudes on defense that are going to keep them in every game. So, I'm not necessarily disheartened that Florida lost, maybe more so how they lost was the disheartening part. LSU's got some issues on offense, speaking of. Garrett Nussmeier has really been inconsistent. They can't run the football. Brian Kelly's going after people in the postgame for asking him why they can't run the football. Which it doesn't make any sense because you look at their roster and it feels like they've got talent all over that side. Maybe they'll get it rolling, but the defense is carrying them. I mean, it might be the best LSU defense since the early 2010s, which is crazy to say, but they are really, really something on the defensive side. Blake Baker's done a great job. So, you protect your home field, you get a win. There's uneasy feelings down in Baton Rouge as well, and I've got some of those uneasy feelings also just because the offense isn't living up to some of the preseason expectations. But, yeah, for Florida, it's I even had a buddy of mine text me. He hit me up yesterday, Florida fan. Hey, are you still planning on going to X game? I won't say what game it is because I don't want to spoil it, but a Florida game. And I'm like, well, I mean, the plan was to go. And he's like, well, I don't know, man. It's getting pretty bad down here. Hearing things about what happened in the post game and the locker room feels divided of some. Everything, stuff like this always comes out when you're losing, and you got a coach that's on the hot seat. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like it's probably going to be curtains for Billy Napier. I think at this point, you just kind of know he's not the guy long term. But we were saying all this same stuff last year, and he turned it around and led him to a crazy finish. So we'll see. But I tell you, that Miami game this weekend, if they don't at minimum go out and play a competitive football game, it's not going to be good. And I think they can. I think they can go. I still believe like there's tons of talent on this Florida roster. It's just something's not clicking, and I think that's something we kind of all know what it is.
Yeah, when things start to snowball, ask Arch Manning when things go bad, how bad things can get. And Florida's at that point when things are going bad for their quarterback, they just keep getting worse for him right now. When you look at the Longhorns, Chris, and the competition they've played over the last 2 weeks, and their ability not to be able to run the ball for, we know it's wrong. We know about Arch. I mean that's a given. We see that every day on TV. I turn on any sports channel, and it's all about Arch just not being who he's supposed to be. But the fact that this offensive line is so bad, the run game is so bad, the wide receivers and the quarterback aren't together. It's just an offense right now that's struggling all over the place. And, I thought last week when Sark decided that he was going to saddle up his freshman running back instead of try to fix the problems with the quarterback in the fourth quarter. Hell, I don't care if he had to throw the ball 50 times in the fourth quarter. Get your quarterback some throws where he can throw it in there. Even if you get him throws, just have him, hey, throw this ball to that guy, period. That's what it is. But they try to run the ball, and they can't even run the ball against some of these teams that aren't that good right now.
Bucky, it just goes to show how unpredictable college football is, because I just never thought in a million years we'd be having this conversation about the UTEP Miners. Listen, I would have understood Ohio State, Florida, some of the others, but yeah, UTEP and San Jose State. I mean, I'm looking at this Sam Houston game like, my goodness, is Sam Houston plus 41? Is that like the lock of the week? I mean, is Texas going to cover? I mean, do they actually show up in this game? Yeah, you're right. It's hard to believe. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I saw them in week one, obviously. I mean, this is Ohio State's defense. But, like you knew coming in, they had questions on the offensive line.
Sure.
There were a lot of questions. If we're being honest, there were tons of questions on the offense. You lost so much on the offense, on the line, at the receiver spot. You have a brand-new quarterback. You knew what you had at running back. So, but, you lost your tight end. I mean, there were a lot of questions. And it's just like, when you come into a season, you always account for some things are going to work out better than you expected. Some are going to work out a little bit worse than you expected. And some are going to be right as you expected. What you don't expect is that I feel like every question on the offense has worked out worse than we expected it to. Like it's all of it's been to the negative, which is just astonishing. That's not typically how it goes. I mean, I'm as perplexed as y'all are. I like to believe that, and talking to some of my Texas buddies, and obviously I follow the Texas beat on social media and you guys. And again, it does feel like this perplexing feeling right now where it's like just everything's broken. I mean, from the top down. I mean, it's not just even players. It's coaches and it's play calling, and it's just everything is in dysfunction. So, I mean, listen, if there's anybody you trust to get it fixed, it's Steve Sarkisian. He knows a thing or two about offense. But man, I mean, I don't know, guys. It's kind of hard to make sense of. I mean, again, this isn't happening against SEC competition and you're like still grinding out wins, and it's happening against the competition you're supposed to be beating up on. Yeah. I mean, that's all due respect to these teams. Like, I mean, you're supposed to be you're 40-point favorites in these games, and you're not able to gain. I mean, this is to gain confidence. Right. I mean, God forbid you go do this again, and then you go into the bye week, and then what are you going to find yourself against Florida? I mean, in the swamp. I mean, I don't care how bad Florida's been. Like, that's not exactly a place to find yourself. So
no, it's not. Not on the road there. No.
So I like to think Texas can still get it turned around. I mean, the good news is this: you have Sam Houston, who you are going to beat. It is an opportunity to maybe it finally starts to click and we start taking some steps forward. Then you're going to have a bye. You're going to have even more time to get it rolling. So, like, there's a lot of season left. That's the good news. But, boy, it's been it's got me – I'm like, does Arch Manning have the yips? I mean, it's not good when people are having to try to figure out, like, what's going on, So, because if he's not hurt, boy, he is seeing ghosts, or there's something going on up in his head that is just hard to fathom. Really, truly. But I'll tell you this, I did see his presser yesterday. Glad to see him have a very carefree, cavalier attitude. I think he was talking about his chipping game or something. And he's like, yeah, I just got to get back to playing my game. I'm like, okay, all right. I mean, the last thing you want, you fear is that, like you said, it can snowball, and you just hope mentally they don't really start to lose confidence. Because, again, you lose confidence if you go out there against Sam Houston and you play poorly again. You're not going to go into the swamp and find it. You're just not. It's going to be like you might just be who you are, which is 2024 Oklahoma. I saw a Texas fan comment on our feed. He's like, we are the 2024 Sooners. Our offense stinks.
I said that yesterday. I was like, there's a chance that's what this thing devolves into. I refuse
to believe they're going to be that bad all season, but they've done their best impersonation the last two games. That's for sure.
Yeah, they
just don't. And Chris, they're not playing fast. They play like everybody's thinking. The linemen are thinking so much. The wide receivers, the quarterbacks, the running backs they're straight liners. They just go in a straight line. It's like, I better not make any moves because that guy's only going to hold that guy on the offensive line so long. I'm only going to have this much time. So I can't run naturally. I've just got to run where they tell me the hold is going to be. I've got to go in there. I can't have any imagination. there's no guys in imagination running the ball right now. It's just, and then they're hurt. And the offensive line, like you said, there were so many questions on that offensive line, and we didn't appreciate what we had last year. You know, they were supposed to be so much better last year, and we thought they could have been better, but damn, it's not even close to compared to what they were last year compared to what we're seeing now. This is just a bunch of guys holding on for life right now.
It's bad. It's bad. Everything else is good though, Chris. Hey, the
I feel like
defense.
Texas fans would rather that like I saw that Sam Houston game's like a 7:00 Central Time kickoff. I'm like, you'd so much rather it be at 11 a.m. and just like get it over with.
Oh yeah. You know, by the way, hey Chris, by the way, the defense is still playing pretty good football.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think.
How long do they do that? How long does that last though? How long in the SEC can you hold the fort for your offense?
Yeah. Yeah. At some point, you're putting them in bad positions. They're going to break. You know, they're minimum going to bend, right? Like your offense is going to have to go out and win you some ball games. So yeah, all you can hope is they go out there against Sam Houston and drop 70 and, you know, feel you got something at least something to feel good about. I mean, you won't be able to draw conclusions from it, but they just need to go out there and have some fun and just have fun playing football again. Feel good about something.
No one's having fun here right now, Chris. I can tell you that. Chris Phillips from SEC Unfiltered is joining us as he does every Tuesday at this time to take a look around the Southeastern Conference. Chris, looking ahead to week 4, not a lot of marquee matchups on paper. You got a lot of SEC teams playing non-conference games this weekend, but you do have a very interesting one in Norman, Oklahoma. I know you're not going back. You already told us you'll be at Mizzou for the Battle of Columbia between South Carolina and Missouri. But how about the Jackson-Arnold versus ranked matchup in the conference this week? Number 22 Auburn at number 11 Oklahoma. Everyone's buying into the Sooners because of what they did to Temple. Whoa, big bad Temple. Didn't realize they were good now. Your thoughts, can Jackson-Arnold get his revenge in Norman, or do the Sooners stay unbeaten?
Well, I'm more so buying in the Sooners because what they did to big bad Michigan. Let me just go ahead and point that out, by the way. I want to throw that out there. Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. A lot of big-time storylines. The Jackson-Arnold thing is the most obvious, going back into your old spot, which I thought Oklahoma quit on him early. We talked about that, I think, last year. I thought that I don't know if I want to say he got done dirty, but I think it could have been handled a lot better. I kind of felt for the kid last year. Not that he played great, but that was a whole mess. It was a whole mess last year. And actually, funny enough, guys, going down to Norman and hearing some of the behind the scenes from some folks who would know a thing or two about a thing or two, it only confirmed to me that, like, yeah, last year was just complete dysfunction. There's no way Oklahoma's letting him walk in there and win this game. I'm sorry. There's just no way. I think Brent Venables and company, I know they say publicly they love the kid, and I'm sure they do, but you know as well as I do, they want to give him a little something. You know what I mean? Like, I think that I trust that Venables and company will have a really, really good plan. I do think Auburn's got playmakers on the outside that can give Oklahoma some fits. You know, we'll see it. The passing game's just been okay for them to this point. You know, we'll see about Jackson-Arnold if he can actually make those throws and handle the pressure and, you know, hit some of those deep shots down the field. You know, on the other side, I think Oklahoma's offensive line is yet again the question because Auburn's defensive front has been so active, guys. They have 11 sacks to this point in the season. They've been very, very good. And again, you look at the competition, but they had a big win themselves, signature win week 1 against Baylor that I don't know if we even talk about enough because Baylor's looked pretty good since then. So, you know, I think it'll be a good game. I think Oklahoma pulls away late. I had them winning by double digits. I think it's a 1-score game in the fourth quarter and kind of similar to Michigan. Oklahoma has a late drive, puts it away. I feel pretty confident in the Sooners. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I caught some of that Sooner magic down there. I was drinking the Kool-Aid in preseason too. I feel pretty good about OU. I'd be surprised if Auburn walked in there and win. I really would. I'm going with Oklahoma. I am encouraged by what I saw from their offensive line against Michigan, what I've seen to this point. It's not great, but it's good enough. And John Mateer is he's a playmaker. I mean, he's just a baller. Now, the scary thing about Mateer is he's probably going to have a game or two this year where because he can be a little bit erratic. You know, I think there's going to be times where he maybe is doing a little bit too much. So I think as long as he can stay within himself and still be make the plays, but be smart while doing so, I think listen, I think the battle of the minds in this game is going to be fascinating. You got Hugh Freeze and Brent Venables, that showdown between those two guys, offense, defense, and on the other side, Ben Arbuckle and DJ Durkin for Auburn. So the chess match is going to be on in this football game, but I like Oklahoma to pull it out. I do. It's such a huge game for both sides, guys, because I think both fan bases right now, early in the season, you're feeling pretty good, right? Like, hey, we're sitting 3-0, we're good. But I think both fan bases still kind of have an eye on their head coach. Like, I don't know. I don't think I fully know about you yet. This is a game where it's only one loss, so you'd like to think it's not going to completely write you off in regards to, college football playoff contention. But, I mean, both fan bases in the preseason looked at this game as a game they should win. Both, I think, still view it that way. And we even talked about, guys, one of the most influential games of the SEC season and arguably the biggest game on the schedule for both of these teams. And as you keep winning, they keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but such a massive game for both sides. I just think Oklahoma at home, I think they find a way. I think John Mateer is able to outduel Jackson Arnold. And again, Jackson Arnold looked good in that first game. He's done fine against inferior competition. I don't see him walking in there and beating Brent Venables, coming back home or coming back to Norman, if you will, and doing it. So, yeah, I like the Sooners.
I worry about Mateer. I just think that, all that talk about him just being a football player, I think he's taking that on mentally, that he's taking a lot of shots. He kind of doesn't like to slide, He gives you the Baker Mayfield kind of deal. I'm going to run you over. He's kind of slider built. He's not built, he's not Pavia. He can't go in there, but he likes to throw his shoulder down a lot. I just worry for them that he's going to get hurt, trying to be more than he needs to be in that offense for them. I know he needs to get into the throwing game a little bit more, but when he runs, I think he takes too many chances with the way he runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a concern with guys who play like that. Look at Lenora Sellers in the situation South Carolina's in, right? I mean, if he doesn't go, their ceiling on their season drastically changes. But yeah,
he
when
took
you play
him
with
right
that
in the chops. Boy, he got hit right in the chops.
Yeah, when you play with that reckless abandon, I mean, it just you got to live by the sword, die by the sword. So, like you said, he's got to be smart, but if he can be, that kid's dynamic. And speaking of Baker Mayfield, guy won me $80 last night.
He did. Yeah, he did. Moneymaker.
Let's go, Baker.
So did Bucky. All right, CP, before we get you out of here, promote what you guys have going on SECU right now.
Yeah, BK Bucky, I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure, guys. We're pumping out those game previews, predictions, the overtime drive, obviously talking everything in the SEC. We've actually got a few new shows that are rolling out. We're in a phase of scaling. Just stay tuned. You'll see everything in the coming days, coming weeks, etc. Really exciting stuff. Obviously for me, traveling every single weekend, the SEC Unfiltered tour rolls on. So we drop the vlogs every Wednesday night, by the way, for those who are wondering. So the full Knoxville vlog will come tomorrow night. We'll be on the road this weekend, Columbia, Missouri, which, guys, really exciting. I know a lot of SEC fans, they'll look at a place like Columbia, Missouri, and they're not all that fired up or whatever. It's people love to disrespect it, like I said. But at this point, one of the really cool things, it's always cool. Like going to Knoxville was awesome. But I'm to a point now where most every single one of these trips are going to be repeats, which is great. But when you get to go somewhere for the first time, that's always a really neat thing. I did that with Norman a couple weeks ago. It'll be that way. I've been through Columbia, but I've never been to like a game weekend and a game day. So, yeah, really pumped to see it. Folks on social media and everything, Mizzou fans have already been very welcoming. And, we're going to have a great time. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Night game, which I'm stoked about, obviously. So, yeah, we're rocking and rolling with that. And, again, man, the season rages on. So, yeah, really exciting times and really appreciate you guys having me on.
I appreciate you.
Let me ask you this, Chris, before you go. Pavia, the real deal, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Diego Pavia's. Doubt him at your own risk. I would say that. My man Cole Thompson. My man Cole Thompson ate 3 peppers on air because he picked South Carolina to beat Vandy. Cole loves to make these outrageous bets against himself. So I'm like watching him as tears are coming from his eyes.
Oh my God!
I'm like, I'm gonna clip it and post it this morning actually, so you guys will probably get a visual of it. But I'm like, Cole, I mean, he's done that, and then I saw on another show he drank a whole glass of apple cider vinegar.
Oh,
I'm like, Cole, why are you making these bets like this?
You're going to lose.
I was just happy he could finish the show after eating 3 peppers.
Who would do such a thing? Yeah, that's
Crazy.
Bucky, you don't know this about Bucky, Chris, but Bucky hates Mexicans. Sorry, he hates new
No, I
Mexicans. He hates
don't.
new Mexicans, not Mexicans. He hates the new Mexicans like Diego Pavia. That's my bad.
No, that guy is not going to get it done here.
He's just jealous of Theo Vaughn getting a date with Pavia's mom.
How about that story?
Yeah, he did. How about that deal? That was awesome.
And then did you see what Pavia did? He's like parlaying it now to try to get a date with Tate McRae, if you know who that is, Bucky.
There is
Buck, if you don't know who Tate McRae is, I highly encourage you to go to Google and look her up.
Make sure your wife is not around when you do that thing. CP, you're the man, brother. Talk next week.
BK
Thanks,
Buck, all
Chris.
the best. Cheers. Later.
All right, good stuff. Chris Phillips, y'all make sure to follow SEC Unfiltered. Y'all know about them. They've been a huge part of what we've built here on TSU, and they're doing great things all the time covering the entire conference.
Yeah, Chris, brought to you by our friends at Horseshoe Bay Resort, folks. Don't forget, if you're coming to the game this week, you're coming up here early, get on over to Horseshoe Bay for a round of golf and the great amenities and great hotels and villas that they have available for you at Horseshoe Bay Resorts.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to HSB and also a shout out to AVC. Here's a word from our friends at AV Consultations.
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
Yes, indeed. Love AV Consultations. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you are in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, don't shop around the city. Don't spend all of your time and money driving to 15 different dealerships. Everything you need is all at one place. That's Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. About 42 acres of new and pre-owned vehicles. Nobody has a better selection than the Covert family. Of course, the people there are fantastic. They're a part of the Covert Auto Group that's been around the Austin area for more than a century. Well, they've lasted so long because they treat people the right way and they know what they are doing. The service is fantastic. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. CovertBK.com.
And our good friends at Syntex Tickets. If you're looking for tickets for F1, you're looking for all the concerts that are available, comedy shows, Syntex Tickets. They are there for you right now. Shelby's got plenty of tickets. He's got plenty of tickets for Sam Houston, that's for sure.
Yeah, those aren't very difficult to find right now.
No, they're going to be out there.
I'll be there on Saturday night. I'll be attending my first Longhorn game of 2025.
Evening?
Well, Saturday night action.
Now you're talking.
Everything's all right on a Saturday night? Sure. I have to see if the ghost of the GOAT shows up.
See if he's out there intercepting balls from Arch. Is he seeing ghosts?
Like during the drone show, will we see the ghost of Sam Houston floating across the night sky?
That's awesome.
That's what I'm looking for. That's the key stuff right there. But yes, CentexTickets.com, the place to go to get. That's where I got my tickets actually for Saturday night's game against Sam Houston.
Sweet.
All right. One more. What do you want to do here? We got to talk a little NFL, Buck. We got to talk some NFL.
People got a little bit more money last night from me.
Little NFL, and then at the end of the show, don't forget.
Just note, yes.
I got to tell people about the note that was stuck to my apartment door yesterday. Yeah, usually when you get one of those, it's not a good sign, but this one is interesting. So
very nice. Does it have your name on it? Does it say Brad?
It does say Brad on the front.
Nice. Very nice.
Underlined too, so you know it's serious, right?
Absolutely.
Congrats to you, and congrats to the people who tailed you last night. You had plays on both of the Monday Night Football games, and you got them both right. You had the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Baker Moneymaker, on the road against Houston. They were getting 2.5 points. They ended up winning that game outright. We'll talk about that actual game in a second. And then you had 50,000 units on the LA Chargers in Vegas. You usually don't bet road teams. You went both road teams last night, and you got rewarded. So 75,000 more units in your pocket, and you are now up 150,000 units on the season.
Just think of what you could do for the education of your children on the back of me right now. That's right. And you know what happens at the end of the season, how hot I get. So there'll be a little bit of a lull, but right now your things are good. I'm better than crypto. That's for damn sure.
Better than crypto, he says.
Yeah. There you go.
I don't know about that, but
we'll see in the long run how I am.
You're on a heater. You were at 0 units. You were dead even going into the football weekend, and now you're up $150. So it was a very successful weekend for you.
Yeah, Tennessee didn't help me. Tennessee with my cousin. That's unbelievable. I don't like these two. Huh?
You had Tennessee plus 3.5. They did help you.
Right. Yeah, I'm getting some weird lines from my cousin. I'm not liking. I don't like these lines of 2 and 9. You know, getting some weird lines coming up.
You got to be buying points then, sir.
Yeah, that's you. I've never been one to indulge in buying points or second quarter bets. I don't know how to do all that stuff. I get a little weirded about that.
Oh man,
I think
you can't take a 2.5 point line. You got to buy that thing to 3 every time.
Yeah. Every time.
Yes, every time. I mean, if you had Tennessee plus 2.5, you don't win. If you had Tennessee plus 3, you get your money back. It's too common of a score. Look, if it's 1.5, you don't need to buy it to 2. But if it's like 2.5 or 6.5, you got to buy it up to 3 or 7.
The people should be listening to me. Why are they listening to you? What's wrong with you?
Well, it sounds like you lost money, or your cousin lost money because, look, your cousin. It's on your cousin for not getting the same lines that we talk about on this show.
Yeah, what are they doing? What is my cousin doing? That's what I
don't know. Like, we could only base it on the lines we have here, but it sounds like your cousin is getting screwed by whoever he goes to.
Or my cousin is just screwing me.
That is incest.
Yes.
And you are into that. So maybe you do like it. That's why you keep going back to that same person. You like getting screwed by your cousin.
Oh, it's awful.
You've always had that weird thing about you. Man, what a heartbreak for the Texans last night. Like, you know, they score, they go up on that 25-yard Nick Chubb touchdown run with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. And that came after the big punt return by the rookie Jaden Knoll got them into scoring position. And the Texans defense, which was awesome. Like, I don't want to say all night because they struggled in the first quarter, but like in the second, in the third, and to that point in the fourth quarter, they were giving up nothing to Baker Mayfield and the Bucs offense. And it's like, just get one more stop and you win this game. You get to 1-1 and you feel like you're moving things in the right direction. And then obviously credit Tampa Bay. They executed that 2-minute drill to perfection and they score with just 6 seconds left. And the Bucs get the 20-19 victory. So nice win for Tampa Bay. They go to 2-0 for the 5th consecutive year. And for Houston, the offense, I mean, they brought in a new look offensive line. They brought in a new offensive coordinator to try to fix some of these problems that they had last year. And, well,
still got sacked.
Yeah.
He took some big hits. He took some blitz hits with guys unblocked after him last night.
Yeah, you're right. And Stroud's taking hits. The running game still isn't good. Obviously, not having Joe Mixon out there doesn't help the Texans' chances. But, yeah, Stroud doesn't look like he's the same player. The offensive line still isn't very good. And, yeah, it's bad. You know, I wonder when. I don't think it's happened yet. If you're a Texans fan and you disagree with me, let us know. I wonder when the CJ Stroud honeymoon phase comes to an end. Because, like, last night's not all on him. Again, the offensive line could be better. The run game isn't consistent enough. But he wasn't the same player last year as he was his rookie year. And he still, I mean, they played 2 games. They've scored 28 points. Like, the offense.
I think they win the division still, BK. I think they're good enough to do that.
Well, it's not because they're that good. It's because the division sucks. Like,
yeah, but I think once Joe Mixon, they need Joe Mixon back badly.
Yeah, he'll help. He will definitely help.
Did you say he's got is it 4 weeks? Does he sit out the whole 4 weeks?
Yeah, he's on IR, so he can't come back until week 5.
Yeah, and the thing about that is he has to come back when he's healthy. He can't come back with that ankle being bunged up because he always hurts it again.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. And, you know, Joe Mixon, he's solid last year. Some of the analytics and some of the metrics say that he's not very good anymore. So I don't know if relying on a late 20s injury-prone running back to save your season is the best recipe for success. Again, he's better than what they have now, so I won't disagree
Nick
with that.
Chubb, that run by Chubb, that's as far as he's going to run for you during the course of the season.
Yeah, he's obviously dealt with a number of injuries, and he ain't the same player either. But, I just don't know. Like, look, the Colts are 2-0 right now. They look surprisingly good, but Daniel Jones is still their quarterback. Jacksonville is still Jacksonville. Tennessee, they're the number 1 pick in the draft. They're still a while away. So the good news for Houston, like there are some divisions, if you go 2 games back, it's like we're in trouble because that team is so good that we're probably not going to catch them.
Not in their division.
I don't think it's time to push the panic button for like the season in Houston. I just wonder if, because it's always been like CJ's not the problem. It's everybody around him. It's the problem. New offensive coordinator, new look offensive line, and some of the same problems for the offense and some of the same problems for him. I wonder again if the honeymoon phase for him is nearing an end down there in Houston. They need him to play better. They do.
Yeah, I mean, he was running the ball. I mean, he was their best runner last night. That's not good.
No, it's not good.
It's like Arch. I mean, the best runner Texas has is the damn quarterback. Look out.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked some of what I saw from Woody Marks. Maybe he could get some more run in the future, but
he's a rookie, right?
He's a 4th-round pick out of USC. He's a good receiving threat. Had a nice long screen pass that he turned into like a 40-yard gain last night, which was good to see. But yeah, they gave him a lot of weapons this year. They drafted a couple of receivers out of Iowa State. They drafted Woody Marks. They drafted offensive linemen. Like they spent their offseason capital addressing the offense around CJ Stroud. And again, it's still clearly a work in progress right now. Couple of NFL injury nuggets, Buck. It's bad. The good news for CJ Stroud is that he's healthy. And the good news for the Texans is that he's healthy, because there are a lot of quarterbacks right now dealing with some ailments. The biggest one is Joe Burrow. Buck, he's going to miss the next 3 months at minimum. If the Bengals don't, stay competitive, then I don't think they're going to rush Joe Burrow back in December, and his season could be won. So we'll see. They won last
season. How much of season being over like 2 weeks into your season?
Yeah, that's the quarterback, obviously the most important position on the field, and most teams teams have decent backups, and Jake Browning played really well for Cincinnati last week.
He did.
And the Bengals were able to find a win in that game against Jacksonville, but like most teams, it's if your starter goes down for that type of time, then
and they're okay offensively. It's their defense that sucks.
Well, the problem with Cincinnati, and I get it, hindsight's 20/20. Like, yes, it's cool to have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Those guys are 2 of the top receivers in football. They invested so much into those dudes. They have just totally neglected their offensive line. Their offensive line was awful last year, and it has been awful. It's 2 games, but it's been one of the worst in football this year, and your quarterback got hurt, so it already cost you your season. So the trenches, you have to have good play in the trenches, and the Bengals are just like, no, we don't. We're good. We're good. And it cost them. So that's a huge loss for Cincy. I know a lot of people were thinking that was a playoff team and maybe a team that had a chance to, make a run in the postseason. Hard to feel that way now. And then your guy, J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, is dealing with a high ankle sprain. He's out 2 to 4 weeks, so it'll be the
that would keep me out. Now that's sissy play. Come on now.
A high ankle sprain?
Oh.
You have, you have an undiagnosed, you have back pain, not even an injury.
I have an injury. I'm injured.
What's the injury?
Not, this is not just pain. I'm injured.
What's the injury?
I will find out Friday.
Can't be that serious if you can wait 2 weeks before you get a diagnosis, right?
I've struggled with this a long time. I know when I'm hurt, believe me.
All right.
I know better than I know better than anybody when I'm injured or when I'm. Yeah, I am no sissy. Thank you very much. I know when I'm hurt. I know when I'm not capable of performing at my. I don't even need to be at my best, my peak performance. But if you can't go out there and swing, you can't play. You're just wasting. You're wasting a slot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, wasting a slot. Well, congrats. You get to watch Carson Wentz for the next few weeks.
Oh, God.
That's fun. By the way, Minnesota and Cincinnati play this week. So it went from like, Joe Burrow versus J.J. McCarthy. That's kind of fun, to Carson Wentz and Jake Browning as your quarterbacks in that game.
I'm sure the NFL is excited about this. What other rule can they put in to protect the quarterback? Flag. They're going to do flags here soon.
Well, Joe Burrow has turf toe, so maybe we start playing on concrete so you can't get turf toe.
Dude, I saw his toe jam into there. Oh.
Yeah, it didn't look good. I mean, anytime, like, people get turf toe, anytime you have to get surgery and miss 3 months for it, ain't good. Something was real wrong there. And then Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels is dealing with a left knee sprain. His status for Washington's Sunday game against the Raiders is uncertain. So those are obviously two very good quarterbacks with Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels. We don't know exactly what J.J. McCarthy is, but 3 starting quarterbacks are dealing with ailments already in the NFL season.
I can't imagine him even playing Daniels. I can't imagine him getting on the field. Why would you even take that chance? No way.
Because you want to win?
Yeah, that too. But no, I'm not going to risk. If he's got a sprained knee, he can't get out there and run around and do the things he wants to do.
Yeah, you got to think of the long term, right? Versus just the short term. And, the Raiders aren't very good, so maybe you can beat them even without Jaden Daniels. So is Marcus Mariota still the backup out there?
He is.
I think Mariota, the former Raider, I think he could win that game if needed.
Yeah.
We'll see. So there you go. There's some NFL heartbreak for the Texans last night, and your latest on the injury front with a couple of big name quarterbacks getting hurt.
All right. Tell me about this note. What is this note all about?
All right. Yes. Real quick. Shout out to OLIPOP. I forgot to grab an OLIPOP from my fridge before the show.
What did the pineapple taste like?
Pineapple.
Like really like was it sweet like pineapple?
It was a similar taste to pineapple juice. Like
you had a couple of thoughts about the upside down can or something about your can of. Why was the can upside down? What is that all about? What is that upside down pineapple thing about?
The upside down pineapple,
or the right side up? What is it? I don't know. I don't know all these folklores.
Do you have access to the Urban Dictionary?
I do.
I mean, look, I can tell you right now, this isn't that big of a deal. It isn't that bad. And we're Texas Sports Unfiltered anyways.
Yes.
It's the upside down pineapple is like a symbol indicating that a person or a couple is interested in swinging.
Adding some group members?
Adding some group members, maybe switching up some group members, a little partner swap for a couple of nights. Something like that. So that's the meaning of the upside down pineapple.
So does your girl know you do that with the pineapples and stuff?
Yeah, she's into it too.
Wow. Wow.
She got me into this whole thing.
Holy moly. She got you on the OLIPOP, the pineapple?
She's the reason why I walk around HEB with an upside down pineapple necklace on my neck.
That's awesome.
And I put a pineapple. First thing I do, I go to the produce section and put a pineapple upside down in the little baby seat of the shopping cart. Know what I'm talking about?
Is that what you do? I've never done that on a Friday. Is that what I need to do?
Yeah. It's up to you. I mean, you're seemingly satisfied with banging your cousin, like you said a few minutes ago. So sounds like you already have a separate partner to choose when you want something different from your wife. But if you want to mix it up a little bit more, upside down pineapple. You send the message. There's no guarantee what the other people are going to do when they see the upside down pineapple. But if somebody who is also interested in that sees that you're interested in that, then.
Do you like touch pineapples? Do you take your pineapple out of the cart and touch theirs? I mean, is there something to it, or is it just an exchange of numbers? I mean, you seem like you know what the deal is.
There's no constant thing, but there's got to be an exchange of information, of course, because you're not going to do it.
I always knew what to do with the baggers. They just meet me at the car, take my bags out at the HEB.
Right.
They take my bags, so they load them in for me.
And then you shove them in the trunk and drive away before anyone can hear them
take
scream.
off.
Yes. Yes. So, look, I think Soul Scream says it right. Like, if you know, you know. I can't share all the details of how this process works.
You know.
It's one of those things that you got to figure out on your own. All right?
Yeah, sometimes you just have to do that by yourself. I got you.
Yeah, get you some glory hole.
I want me some glory hole.
Forget about that.
Thank you there, Jerry.
All right. So
Hey,
this
Jerry,
note.
you need to get a secondary.
Oh my God. We'll have some sound from Jerry Jones tomorrow talking about the Cowboys secondary or lack thereof, and also just the win over the Giants in general. But this note.
Yes. Brad.
I was running some errands yesterday, got back to my place mid-afternoon, and I walk up to the front door and I see that this note is taped to my front door. Just like that, right? Folded up like this. Got the blue painter's tape. It's got my name on it. Now, I feel like usually when you live in an apartment and you have a note taped to your door, it means you're getting evicted, right?
Or your shitter's overflowing and you don't know it and it's going downstairs or something. Yeah.
Right. Something's horribly wrong. You're right. Yeah. You had an emergency while you were gone, and your place is flooded or something's wrong. We had to go into your place to fix something, whatever. Like usually, look, sometimes people will put like advertisements, right? Like a little brochure, pest control, lawn guy, whatever. But if something is like stuck on your door, your mind kind of goes to a few different places like, uh-oh, what did I do wrong?
Yeah, that's where mine first goes to. Uh-oh, what have I done now?
So I take the note off the door. I walk inside and I open the door. And here is what this note says. This is Chelsea, your upstairs neighbor. Remember her, Buck?
The moving girls?
The moving girls. This is Chelsea, your upstairs neighbor. I remember you saying you worked from home. I'm looking for a new job and was wondering if your company was hiring. Please let me know. And she left her phone number and said, thank you, Chelsea. I crossed out her number so I can show this on screen and show you all that it's real, not that you didn't believe me in the first place.
And obviously you need to get rid of that number anyway.
So a reminder.
You can't really keep that number.
A reminder, and I feel like I got to whisper because, she could be right above me right now listening to the show.
Yeah.
A reminder for those of you who maybe missed this story, because it's been over a year, I feel like.
Yes,
since
it has. Almost 2 years.
Since we originally shared this. When the people above me, it's two women who I believe live in the unit above me, when they moved in, I was driving around. I had just gotten back to my place and they had asked me for some help. I was about to walk into my place and they're like, hey, we're moving in. Can you help us with something? And me, being the greatest human being who has ever lived, said, yeah, of course, happy to help. I was thinking, well, it's going to be one thing, right? Maybe they've got a couch and they need someone on one side of the couch to lift, or, just like one thing, a mattress, whatever. It'll be one and done, and I'll be on my way. Happy to do a small favor like that for a stranger.
Sure.
Of course I am. And instead, it ended up being they basically had me working for 45 minutes.
Yeah, all day cookie, yeah.
Pretty much. And they also had some high school kid or some kid who was like going into high school.
Who could have used $50 that day?
Also helping them move. So we both got suckered into this, and they have us making a bunch of trips. They're on the third story. I'm on story 2. They're on story 3. So we're walking up multiple flights of stairs, from the parking lot to their car, up to their unit, just bringing in a bunch of stuff. And like, they're hardly doing anything. One of the girls is just in there basically sitting on the floor, like pretending like she's putting shit together. And it's like, basically me and this kid are doing all of the work for them. And look, I could have just stopped. I could have just gone into my place at some point.
You're no sissy.
But I like the high school kid. I'm like, you know what? This kid is doing this. Like, I'm not going to leave this kid by himself to help these girls. Like, whatever. I'll keep going. And when it was all said and done, I mean, not even a thank you from them. Like, I was thinking I was going to get paid, right? Both of us were going to get, I don't know, $20, $50.
Some Altstadt or some OLIPOP or something.
Anything. Or you think about like movers. If you were to hire actual movers, and I know we're not that, but that's like $200+ an hour for movers. So I'm thinking we're at least going to get $20 out of this thing, but no. And then I'm thinking for the next couple of days, like they're going to knock on my door and they're going to be like, hey, thank you very much. Here's a cake that we baked with Charlie Strong.
Here's some lasagna.
Here's some lasagna. Here's a 6-pack of beer. I'm not asking for $200, just like a little gesture, like a little thank you for taking a lot of time out of your day. This was during the summer, by the way, so it was hot as balls out there. It's like, thank you for taking the time out of your day to help us. That never happened, ever. And since then, Buck, I'm a pretty friendly guy. Like, I wave to people in the apartment complex when I'm walking around, like whatever. I feel like that's just the right thing to do. I like these people, these two women, they act like I don't exist. Like, they don't even look at me. I try to wave. I try to say hi. Like, of course, they live right above me, so we see each other a lot. It's like I don't even exist. They're so rude and disrespectful. All I'm asking for is a wave from them, and they don't do that. And then the audacity to ask for a job. So my question to you is, what do I do here? Do I just shred this? Do I throw this away? Do I come up with a bid that I have a 6-figure easy job to offer them and then pull the rug out from under her at the last second and say, sorry, job's been filled?
Yeah, I would think that would be a great one, then pull the rug out from under her. But just tell them, because of your rudeness and your lack of civility, I don't think you'll fit the standards of my company. That's what you should say. I don't think because of the way you've treated me that you just don't fit our company standards. That's what you should give them.
Okay, so send a message. First of all, the question is, do I even say anything, or do I just let this go?
Oh, no. Since they put that on if they got the nerve to put it on your door, you got the nerve, you should answer back. They're expecting an answer. And you being the greatest guy of all time should give them an answer, right?
That's not me. That's other people who have called me the greatest guy of all
okay.
time.
Okay. You're not calling yourself that.
No,
okay.
Since way too
other people call you the greatest person living on the face of the earth, that you should answer them. That would be respectful on your part to answer them and answer them in a way that is kind and truthful, that you don't think they fit the qualities of your company. As I just saw Wags' face.
Oh, man. Okay, so yes, respond, but don't just say, sorry, we have nothing available. Say, like, you're not good enough for us.
Yeah, your qualities, you don't fit our qualities. For the last 2 years, you've barely been able to say hello to me. So, but you're going to ask me for a job. This is not up to our quality, our company standards.
All right. So I acknowledge that. Yeah, you never thanked me for. Do I mention that? Hey, I moved you in and you never brought me anything as payment for that. Now you want a job?
Probably need to do that. You need to get that. That's going to be on your mind for a long, long time. You know, you'll be thinking about that 10 years from now. So you need to get that off your mind. Yeah, you need to give them that one.
Just get it off my chest.
You need to tell them, do you remember when you first moved in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How you treated me and that kid, that poor kid. Make it about that kid.
You know, the 21st night of September is coming up. Maybe I'll ask them if they remember on that day.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ask them, do they remember that poor high school kid? Because you're just thinking about him.
Yeah. We don't support people who support child labor. All right.
Yes.
This ain't a Nike sweatshop that we're running here. Okay.
Absolutely.
We don't.
No, but if they have the nerve to do that, you should reply in a way that you feel like, I mean, remember I telling the kids in the car line, be yourself. You probably need to be yourself on this one. And you need to get that off your chest, because that's going to haunt you for a while, that whole 2 years ago thing.
I'll be honest. I don't really think about it very often. Like, I do get annoyed every time I try to wave to them and they don't wave back. But like, it doesn't keep me up at night. It's not like the toss sweep play that Sark called against Ohio State. It's not that, but it's now. All right, we'll bring on Double R and Wags, because this is Ask the Audience lifeline.
You actually go out of your way to wave to them, and they don't wave back too.
Yeah, I just like I've kind of stopped, like, because I did, whatever.
We appreciate your application, but we regret.
Rodney, tell him to get that off of his mind. Get that off his chest.
The company standards thing is what.
Yes.
Yeah, if she has watched 1 second of this network, then she's gonna be like, "Oh, okay."
We regret to inform you that your personality doesn't align with our company standards.
Yeah, just tell her that.
I got a bullshit button. That's our standard.
And if she sees that note, she's going to listen to this show and she's going to go, "What in the hell is that guy talking about?"
She's like, "How bad am I?"
How bad? We appreciate your initiative. We appreciate your initiative, but unfortunately, your qualities don't align with what we're looking for at Texas Sports.
Yes, that's right.
What if I
We don't
just,
need you to be a part of our. You can't be an employee with us. You don't meet
Get
our
bent over.
standards.
What if I?
And that's
what if-
pretty bad.
You know, I've got her number. What if I just send her a text with a very short video on it?
Shut up, bitch. Because you don't meet our standards.
Yeah, you
So
can't
all
do
of,
that.
all of
You
y'all
can't.
agree. All of y'all say yes, respond, but say like I have to insult her. Say you
No,
don't.
actually, I say
You're not
don't.
insulting her by telling her she doesn't meet the standards.
If she can't even give the courtesy wave back,
Yeah.
she doesn't get a courtesy answer back.
Okay.
She's
And they're over the top of you, knocking
and
and banging, walking hard, and everything else.
Mm-hmm. And they got this little dog that I would really like to punt.
Don't
See?
say that. Don't say that.
Don't say that on
say
here.
that.
That
We were
that doesn't
good.
fit our standard.
Oh, that what I said doesn't fit our standard. That,
You got to you got to get that off your shoulders. That's a hard thing to bear. I mean, that cross you're carrying right there is way too heavy for just you.
again, I don't think about it a lot. It's just this. I need to know what to do with this. Slay the day, gentlemen. Here's your tip for kids. That's what it says on the bottom. Slay the day. I need to know what to do. Okay, so Bucky, you say respond. Wags, you're saying ghost because they ignore me. So
yeah,
I should
if
ignore
she's
them.
not, if she can't even give you, I was at first, I was saying yes. You know, as a respectable employer like you are, you should reach out and give a courtesy response back. But you know what? If they can't even give you a wave back in response, just as a cordially neighbor, you don't even deserve my response. That's where I'm at. That's
Okay.
if you don't have time for me, I ain't got time for you just because you're in need. How about that?
All right, Double R, you may be the deciding vote here, sir.
I think I would just say Chelsea, comma, no positions available. Sorry. Just kind of something like that. Kind of cold and just kind of
That's a lot better than what I thought he was going to say. Chelsea, comma. What positions were you thinking of?
Chelsea.
Yeah.
What does Chelsea look like? I'm just curious. No.
No.
Oh,
Come on, Coach Gundy. We don't need that right now.
Come on, Mike.
I
I don't know. I think you respond though, because you know if somebody goes out of their way to write your note, you got to give them a response. I think that was.
hey, I got an idea.
Hey, right here. Magic Man ATX onto something here. Would you be willing to show us your loyalty by interning for a couple?
I was going to say, take her ass to Schultz on Saturday and let her set up that wall. Let her set up that wall.
She ain't gonna want to work anymore.
No, let her go to Schultz and give me a sandwich.
Oh,
Oh, you want her to get a job at Schultz, like
No,
in the kitchen?
Why don't you ask her if she'll make you a sandwich, BK? Ask her if she will bring you a sandwich downstairs.
We have a
already proven
we have a
she won't do that.
sandwich making position available. Is that what
Yeah,
I should respond to her?
you can work in our company delicatessen. Tell her that.
That is great. Yeah, we have a lunchroom for our company, so you'll be doing some work there.
There goes that award.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah,
in other words, she's already gotten fired from her other job.
Yeah, I don't know. She didn't indicate like if she just got fired or laid off or just didn't like her current job and wants something new. She just said, "I'm looking for a new job and was wondering if your company was hiring. Please let me know." So she did say please.
Well, you can always say yes, we're hiring, but not you.
Coda text line says, "Tell her to tape her resume on the door."
There you go. On her door or my door?
I would say your door, right?
Okay, that's where she taped this.
And leave it there for like 5 days. Just so when she comes to see if you've retrieved it, it's still just, kind of.
I can't believe they don't speak to. I mean, she lives above you. You see them, that you don't have conversations. You've been 2 years and you haven't had conversation. What kind of people
why
are
not
they?
knock on the door and be? If I'm looking for a job, I want to show something, a little bit of initiative, right? Like
More
that's
than a
just
note.
right? Yeah, that's a half-ass initiative right there. And also, it's a time of need. Like I get it. If you can't even be nice to your neighbors, like that's some self-reflection right there, right?
Yeah,
like
she might as well take her dog's poop and light it on fire and knock on your door and run.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't tell. No, thanks, Patrick. I can't tell how old she's in her 20s or 30s. Like I can't give an exact age for her. It's disrespectful to do that to women.
Obviously, if she's in her 20s, she doesn't know any better.
But yeah, that exactly. Like she's probably part of the generation who they like being on their phone. They like doing stuff on their phone more. They don't like social in-person interaction. So it's easier for her, even though she could easily see me because I'm walking around the complex a lot, whatever. I live right below her. Like instead of just stopping me the next time she sees me in person, it's less annoying to her to just write a note and ask me to text her.
Well, yeah, and you're hard to miss because you're a well-dressed white dude, as we have figured out.
According to
the well-dressed white dude at the complex.
I've always thought it's harder for people to say no when it's face-to-face. So,
yeah, that's true. It's a real thing.
Well, be ready because depending on what you do here.
Tell them HEB is hiring. Go over to your local HEB, become a bagger, start there, and then call me next year.
Work your way up.
Call you next year, Bucks. You could throw her in the back of your car.
Yeah, I've got those cedar chips back there, so the smell won't be bad.
Oh,
after a couple of weeks.
Your note on a door without a comment.
Just be careful though. Depending on what you do, if you're real harsh, you might get dog shit like thrown at your doorstep or something.
Oh yeah, she's gonna light the bag and have you stomp it out right there.
All right, I am going to respond. I will work. Thank y'all for your input. I will work today to craft up a response, and then I will have an update on what I say and, more importantly, what she says on tomorrow's show.
You're a kind individual.
Please contact HR Director Adam Wagner.
Yes.
Adam Wagner at TexasSportsUnfiltered.com.
Oh, how about that?
Don't contact me because I'll say something really.
You might not want me to speak for the company, BK. That's what I'm gonna. I mean, she'll never come back
to this one. Maybe I do.
You know.
Right.
He no longer works here. After this interaction, he no longer works here, and then hire me.
Just tell her she owes you money. Tell her tell her that you had never forgot about their first encounter. Let her know that you remember the first encounter of meeting her and her roommate, and it wasn't that pleasant. It wasn't.
I just like the company standards thing. That's where we.
Yeah, I think that's important about our company standards here.
Yeah, it's company standards for sure, but like just for me, it's the wave, right? Like if you can't even do that, like as a neighbor, as a cordially neighbor, like that tells me a lot about you. As like you're probably not somebody that I want around my company if you can't even be around my complex and wave hi and be kind, right? Like that's probably somebody I don't want working for me.
I mean, people drive in my neighborhood. I drive by them and I wave in the car at them.
Say hi.
Me too.
Yeah, same. All right, guys. Well, we know y'all have a show to do, so
I mean,
hey, just don't let that weigh on. Don't let that weigh so heavily on your mind today. Okay, I know you have things to do. I know what that can do to you. It's kind of like Arch right now. He's got so many things on his mind.
Yeah, we can't let that bring you down, BK. Like
BK's off the next few days. We know it's Chelsea's fault.
Yeah.
I don't need to see a grimace. I don't need to see any. I don't need
Just
to see
yourself.
reflecting on it.
Hey, be yourself. Be yourself. Let her know. Let her cook. Yeah, Patrick. Let her cook.
Oh my God!
All right, boys. Have a great day.
See y'all tomorrow.
There they go. Here we are. Welcome to another chaotic edition of our show, Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm Wags. That's double R. You can find me on Twitter at NotTheFakeWags. You can find me on InstaFace at The Wagner Wire. My partner in crime, the co-host of the year, he is on InstaFace at _Rodney R, and then on BrandX/Twitter at the Rodney R. If you're out and about, if you're mobile, if you're about to, I don't know, go put a note on somebody's door, just hit us up on that coded text line and let you know what you're going to write. 512-222-9328. That's the lottery numbers. And then smash that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. And then leave us a note here in the text line as well. Man.
But not a note on the door.
I'm glad I'm glad I don't live in a condo complex or like I have neighbors and we're close enough, right? Like I'm glad I don't have somebody on top of me or below me.
Ooh, I'd go for both of those.
I mean, like living spaces. Spaces.
Is that the one with Julianne Hough?
Who?
Julianne Hough, the Dancing with the Stars girl. long legs,
I don't
tall,
know who
skinny.
that is.
She's always dancing on those furniture.
Stacy Keebler, Dancing with the Stars girl. What are you talking about?
No,
Stacy
she was
Keebler.
Julianne Hough was the host. It was her and her brother.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, one of them furniture commercials. She's like always dancing around the couch and shit, and it's like, yeah, man, makes me want to go buy a couch.
Christopher Walken dancing around, little weapons of life.
No, it's Rooms to Go. Thank you, Jake. It's Rooms to Go.
Okay.
Rooms to Go.
Rooms. All right. Where do you want to go first? We got power rankings. We got some sound from Sark. My power rankings, though, I'm going to be transparent for the NFL. I only did 10. I gave you a top 10.
Oh, shit. I did all 32, man.
Did you really?
I was up all night. Come on, Wags.
You did not. You had Chat GPD, Chat, or whatever that chat shit is.
No,
you did all 32 teams.
I did all 32. I usually have a pretty good idea of how I'm thinking or whatever. So I actually, and it's so easy to do because the bottom 15 is easy. It's that other part where people are competitive, but no, it's all right. I keep a tabulation throughout the year. So anyway, a tabulation.
No, I got you. Like I keep a little bit of a rank, but usually like the ones that don't matter, I don't put on the chart. But
it's like
until they get into the gatekeeper, right? Like I know eight make it, but at least you got 2 for the gatekeeper there for your power.
That doesn't matter until the draft. When the draft comes around, it's like, okay, let's start reviewing 32 through 25. But here's what I was wondering last night.
Hey, no, and real quick before we get on the sports, you got to know your neighbors at least a little bit. I agree with you, Rob. Here, never know when you need or when you or them will need you for help or something. No, I got that. Case in point, like the winter storm, like when the trees bursted all around here and blew up, and we had to have our trees removed, and cars were pinned in. Like neighbors were getting up and literally getting people out of their driveways and stuff and shoveling ice because the infrastructure just isn't built for that. No, that's why I say too, like I know neighbors usually do that, and I know all states do that. And I'm from Maryland. Like we used to look out for people, all the time too, right? But there is a different vibe down here. Like when neighbors and friends and family responds, like I don't feel like anybody galvanizes like Texas. I just don't, man. They like or responds like Texas. They just come together, man. When in times of need, like Texans are just they are, man. They're just above the rest. They just are. Me as an outsider coming in, like I can say that wholeheartedly, looking like that. Like the people where I'm from don't do what Texans do. They just don't. And that's why I'll probably never leave Texas. I love Texas.
I'm the guy in the neighborhood that they kind of the ladies are always like, hey, I'm going to be out of whatever. Can you get a package for me? They're going to drop a package off. I'll come get it when we get back. And my wife gives me a hard time because there's like an elderly gentleman that lives like next door. And she's like, do you ever talk to Mr. Jerry? I'm like, who?
Well, I mean, that storm kind of united everyone and forced everybody to meet each other. If you didn't know your neighbors at that point, you knew them after that, right? Yeah. And then before that, I kind of only knew like my neighbors 2 doors down to each side, right? Now after that, now the whole cul-de-sac and the whole street know each other.
COVID did that.
COVID did that too. COVID forced people to go outside too. So there were some good things, optimal things that came from God, that's going to be terrible to even say that. But I mean, silver lining, I guess, if you can find silver lining during the COVID era, it was that people were, meeting and socializing like they used to do, and technology. I don't know.
And I got to tell you,
going out the bars and getting more intimate with their neighbors.
Yeah. Texas small towns are even more passionate because it's like, I think it was last month when I was in Uvalde. And of course, Uvalde, when you think of Uvalde, you think of one thing that's just one of the most horrific days.
Sure.
And I had a lot of conversations with people there, and they genuinely all love each other. And it's like one person told me, they're like, this we don't have this citizenship, this love for each other. This was way before any of that.
Right. Your home kind of the home kind of extends past the yard, right? Like the entire neighborhood's the home almost, essentially, right? Or at least, so I don't know what kind of neighbor you are. Like I'm the neighbor that people know that if that funny smell is up in the air, it's probably coming from that guy's house, but we're not going to say anything because when we go out of town, we knock on his door and be like, hey man, just watch out for that. They know I don't go anywhere, right? And they know that I'm probably one of 2 service members in our neighborhood, and they usually knock on the door and they're just like, hey man, can you watch out for the house, over the house when we're gone? Yeah, absolutely, man. No problem. They, we have each other's numbers and everything too. So it's cool. It's I really love the neighborhood that I'm in, man. I wish I was on my own, of course, right? But me, I love my privacy, but for being in a neighborhood and being in a part of an HOA, I love the place that I'm at.
Yeah. Around here, I mean, these people sometimes they get carried away on our text thread because we have a neighborhood text thread, and I'm like, all right, leave me alone. They get a little carried away, but they're going to have our back. And I got to tell you, the one thing about the Uvalde thing, a gentleman told me this to where it was like, you remember, the whole everything that went down there, and then the late arrival and ability not to get in the school and all this stuff. One gentleman told me that he was one of probably 100 people that were some armed and some unarmed, lined up at the door trying to get in the school when the authorities wouldn't. They're like, if you won't go, let us in. He said, we were literally lined up.
Send me. Exactly. Send me.
He said that, and it was just a line of people. Wow. It's crazy.
That's very unfortunate.
It will bring tears to your eyes.
Absolutely. Very unfortunate. I don't have a stomach for cowards. I just don't.
No, exactly.
Yeah. Where you want to go, partner? You want to go college landscape or you want to go NFL landscape?
I'm going to touch on something with the NFL last night, and I saw this.
Turn to the right.
I saw something, and then I saw it on social media. People asking the same question. I saw Tom Brady up in the Raiders.
Well, yeah, isn't he part ownership?
Yeah, he absolutely is. How can he be? Because here's what I started figuring out when
be a broadcaster.
Here's the main reason that I'm bringing this up, because next week the Cowboys play the Bears, and I think that he and his partner have the Cowboys and the Bears game. And the following week, who do the Bears play? The Raiders. So Brady's going to be in all these player meetings and production meetings and all this stuff with the Bears. And I mean, not that the Bears are the fucking Ravens or anything.
No, but he's still going to have information. He's still going to have inside information.
How can that be? Like I know in NASCAR there's a lot of conflict of interest in NASCAR, but that's one thing.
That's not a conflict of interest?
No, I'm saying this is definitely a conflict.
For sure, 100. Yeah, I was being facetious.
But how do you? Yeah, I mean, how does that work? I don't think that's right.
I would like to see how this is going to play out too. I was unaware of that. Thank you for that enlightenment and bringing that to my attention.
That's hardcore.
I thought Brady's contract. Soul says he thought Brady's contract kept him from meeting with teams and such. I don't know the outliers to the contract of him being up in the box or up in the studio.
Yeah, I mean it could be, but it's kind of one of those things where. And speaking of now, Jeff Gordon, for example, Jeff Gordon he became a broadcaster. And then when it became evident that he was going to be the heir apparent to run Hendrick Motorsports, he quit the broadcasting thing on his own. He's like, I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't want to, whatever. So I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where it just kind of makes you say,
Things that make you go, I remember that song. I remember the jam back in the day. Things that make you go, Well, how about the Houston Texans? Before we get into the power rankings, you want to talk a little bit about Monday Night Football first. Monday night. We were treated with a two-for, well, today's Tuesday. 2 for Monday. We got a Monday little twofer. Huh?
Do you like 2 games on Monday?
I'm gonna say that I do not. I prefer the 1 game Monday night, 1 game Sunday night, 1 game Thursday night. Let me wind down and start to chill. Like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock. That's like time for me to do our research and stuff like that. I was up till like 1 o'clock. Not that I don't stay up most nights, but usually like around the 12:30, 1 o'clock era, time frame, I'm starting to wind down a little bit and kind of decompressing, and that's usually like The Office, when I start putting The Office on and starting to fall asleep and kind of nod off. But two like I love football. I know that more football is usually good in all situations. Just 2 games, it starts at 6. You got to rush and finish up your work real quick, and hopefully you can get to a TV before, if you don't work from home. But yeah, it's just, it sucks. I prefer just give me one solidified game on prime time.
You gotta rush to get work done because we know the standards of this company.
I am old, guys. I'm old. Rodney's got 10 years on me, and I might be older than Rodney.
Dude, I got to tell you, that was the thing last night. So it was like, okay, obviously I was more interested in the Texans game and the Buccaneer game, but it was like, I'm glad that was the early one because by the time the other one started, I'm like, okay, I'm kind of done. I figured I knew the outcome, but I think I would like that better if it was one where they were going simultaneous and you could do the 2 box, like you do with YouTube TV or a red zone.
They don't capitalize on I guess they don't get their optimal marketing that way, do they? Like they lose viewership. They split viewership that way.
Yeah. And they're smart when they do this because it's smart when they do this because you do a central time zone like Houston and then you go to the left coast for the other game to where it's going to be late. But
right.
I'll just say that kickoff's just a little too late. I mean, for NFL, I mean, college is one thing on a jam-packed Saturday, but that's just a little much. Just give me one good game. One good game. And
I mean, I had fantasy stock in it, so I stayed up to watch it too. And here I am, and I say I had fantasy stock in it, but I had Quentin Johnson. I had him on my bench still. I'm still like, I need to see this. You guys know how I am about consistency, right? Like QJ has burned me a few times in at least last year, and in the rookie year, I thought that he was going to be sensational, and ended up being kind of a thud. But still, like, it's been very dismal from him, right? And now, like, it's been 2 weeks where he's put up 20 plus points in fantasy. So is now the time? Like, it's now the time where you trust Quentin Johnson. Like,
yeah.
And as soon as I insert him into the lineup, the 60-yard bomb will go away, right?
Yeah,
like,
of course. Yeah. There's no doubt about that.
Perfect law, bro.
Here's what I took from last night, and with CJ Stroud, we had the sophomore slump or whatever you want to call it. And a lot of that was his offensive lines, lack of productivity and injuries. And they're dealing with that right now, for crying out loud. But it's like, I see CJ Stroud last night and I'm thinking of Dak Prescott. I'm thinking of Dakota Wayne Prescott because it's like, Dak comes in and amazing thing, he's going to be the heir apparent to Tony Romo. And then, Dak starts doing things. You can't throw in interceptions and he can't finish drives and he can't win games. And that's kind of where CJ Stroud is right now. It's like he's kind of going down that road. So maybe by year 10, CJ Stroud will get as good as Dak is right now if he's going to go down that same path. So I don't know if Texan fans want to wait 10 years.
CJ has not been playing well.
He hasn't,
right? Or CJ has not been playing as well as he played his rookie year, right? And everyone thought, sophomore slump, sure, but I mean, after struggling out of the gate week 1 and week 2, I guess that's a pretty decent question to ask. I heard BK kind of mention it this morning, like when's the honeymoon era for Stroud? When's that effect off or over?
And so much
I
of
think
it
the Texans are a good look. 2 playoff contenders played last night for this contest, right? And you're going to see a hard fought battle with this. But yeah, to go 0-2, and
two good teams. I mean, two
good team for sure. But also like the struggles with the running game that are relevant for Texas too. Like if you're going to be a good playoff contender team, you usually have a good defense and you have a decent running attack to balance your passing time. Like it's a passing league, I know that, right? But usually the best teams out there have a balanced plan of attack on their offense, right? And they're pretty stout on defense. That's usually the winning formula. If you can't run the ball, you don't have good play action, and you can't really burn teams deep that way too. So, I'm big on chunk yardage. I'm a big chunk yardage guy. The team that usually gets the bigger plays or chunk yardage plays usually winds up winning too. It's just it's part of the variables of winning formula, right?
He's missing Joe Mixon. I mean, I think if you get Joe Mixon back in the mix, Nick
Chubb was going to be good too, though, right? Like Chubb had a good spurt last night, right?
Run was great. That touchdown run was boom. That was Nick Chubb of old, right there.
Exactly. Like how often is that going
to,
come to life for that backfield of the Texans, right? Yeah. Like how it looks like they've struggled just to get, what was that, a 20-yard trot?
I think it's 25
yard trot, but still, like, and there was nobody over there. Like, can Nick Chubb make one guy miss, in the open field and still get those extra yardage, or take hits after the contact and go? That's still yet to see. It's only week 2 here, but I thought for sure Nick Chubb was going to be able to come in and start to pick up where he left off. I mean, we've seen people have success after injuries like Achilles and ACLs and stuff like that. So again, it's tough to see for the Texans right now. But if they can get Nick Chubb, like you said, if they can get him to be a little bit more of the Nick Chubb,
have them both. Yeah, I think if you have Mixon and then you can kind of spare him a little bit.
Is Pierce hurt? Is Dameon Pierce hurt?
I think so. Yeah.
Is he? I gotta check on that. I didn't. I gotta look at that too. But yeah, I thought that's another key cog that could be really, really helpful in the backfield too. I thought he was looking sexy as well. And then of course, like if they can just stay healthy, the Texans have a squad, right?
And you're in that division. You're in the South.
The Nico Collins connection. I love that connection still, man. I still think it's one of the best connections in the NFL. It's just tough. Like they're struggling with their offensive line play too. So once they figure out their protections, I think they'll be okay. And I still think the Texans are a playoff team, maybe a wild card team, but still playoff contenders. They're struggling out of the gate here, but luckily they're in the South and they can come back.
Well, and the thing is, now they're 2 games behind the Colts. So
that's the surprise too, different. Right? The Colts, that's right?
Very, very different. I will tell you, and it'll be my Tuesday Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line comment. If I get to the end of
a segment now?
I just kind of made that up on the
way. Right, let's go with it.
I'll probably do it on Wednesday. I'll probably do it on Thursday. Here's
Steve Austin bottle. Are we gonna get his beer? Rattlesnake beer? Is that what it is?
Damn, all I have is an OLIPOP. Maybe I'll have a beer on Tuesday on the show, but it have 2 of them, just ruin all the equipment here. The beer won't. It doesn't fit our company standards.
It does not align with our company standards.
Here, if I get into
wasting beer does not align with our company beer.
That's right. Take that, Chelsea. Here's the thing. If you get into, like the other day when it was Dak and Russell Wilson, somebody's got to make a clutch play. These guys have been so good coming from behind. I don't mean that in a dirty way. But look, right now, if I'm in a clutch situation, I got Baker Mayfield as my quarterback. That dude is a bad bitch. Like him or not.
And I don't get it either, right? Like, I don't know how he does it. Like,
there's nothing flashy about it, right? It's ugly.
Way more talented than this guy. And he just finds a way to win. And that's just guts, man. Like, that's the intangibles, Brian Billick. That's the intangibles. You just can't replace it.
Yeah, it's ugly what he does. And the thing about it is Baker is so old school. Like when he takes off and runs, that dude ain't going to slide. They flipped his ass up in the air.
Right. It's like Steve Young. It's like seeing Steve Young, a right-handed Steve Young out there taking off, right? Yeah, like it's different.
This dude's all limping around and shit, little bitty old short guy. And he just is in total command. I mean, you see him and it's like in a pressure situation, they show him and he's just shaking his head like, oh yeah. And it's like, but this is where it's always been. And this is where we talk about like Arch Manning. Is he rattled? How much of this is mental? I think a lot of this to Baker Mayfield is mental, that he's this damn good, because it's always been that he's never been good enough. You know what I mean? Having to be a walk-on and transferring, and Texas didn't want him. And all
some people just do good with the chip on the shoulder. Like some people, that's what their motivation is. That they need that type of motivation. I think Baker's that type of guy, right? You tell him no, he proves you wrong. Like he's just that type of dude. Like, oh yeah, is that right, mother effer? Like, let's go. It also helps when you have Mike Evans.
Absolutely,
right? Absolutely. Now I know Mike Evans. I don't think he got into he didn't get into the end zone last night. But still, like being relevant out there, 6 receptions. But Baker last night, I mean, he had to drop back almost 40 times, 38 dropbacks last night, 25 connections, 255 for Baker Mayfield, 2 TDs there. yeah, he does enough to get you to the finish line, right? And man, it might not be pretty, like you said, but he gets that dub. He finds a way to get the win.
I heard them say last night, and of course, a lot of the conversation is with all the backup quarterbacks now. Just the rash of injuries. I heard at one point last night, Joe or Troy, one of the two, were like, "Well, it'll be interesting to see what Baker's status is after the beating he's taken tonight." I know Baker's status. He's ready now. He's ready today to play next Sunday. That dude is not going to.
I don't know. I think the adrenaline's worn off a little bit, and you're pretty sore after.
He's
after
in the tub.
That. Hell, Rodney, I can't even play a damn game of golf anymore without being sore.
or big win for the Bucks, man. The dude's got ice water in his veins, if you want to use that acronym. But
they got a good 1-2 combo between Bucky Irvin and White too, right? Rashad White, I think in goal line situations, I hate that he takes some totes away from Bucky Irvin because I got a lot of Bucky Irvin stock in fantasy. But yeah, the surprise of Bucky Irvin being able to run between the tackles too last year was kind of a breath of fresh air for Tampa Bay, right? And then being able to add an extra cog in that backfield with White, that just opens up more of your arsenal that's already known for blowing the doors off blowing at least the doors off the secondary with Mike Evans and Godwin, and now hell, you bring in Mbuke, and it's just now this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team has threats at the deep level, intermediate level, and they can beat you in the flats too. So they're pretty damn tough. I'm wondering when they will start addressing some of their defense, right? Like now, don't get me wrong, like they've only let up 19 points last night, but still, in times it feels like their defense in critical moments on third downs and stuff can't get off the field. So they got to address a little bit about that too.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's week 2. That could be, more teams than just the Bucks, or in fact, it is more teams than just the Bucks.
Yeah.
Ravens are struggling with that too. So
yeah. And to Delgado's question here about Jadeveon Clowney with the Cowboys, yeah, Jerry does spoil those guys, and I think that's why you don't have guys like Baker Mayfield on the Cowboys, to where it's like, they do feel entitled, and I think that's one of the things that needs to change with the Cowboys, because think about that. That's like having just a cushy job right there with Dallas, and I think honestly that's one of the things that I like where I see the change in Dak, to where Dak's being really aggressive and seems like he's demanding a lot out of his teammates. And that's what you need in the leadership role, I think, with Dallas. But yeah, Tampa Bay is just, they're sleepy scary. You know what I mean? It's like you can never count them out, dude.
They're pretty tough. Hey, can we get some commercials real quick? I got to let the guys for the pool in the backyard.
Perfect timing. Oh, that's a pool? I thought that was a grave site you sent me yesterday. I thought you were going to bury somebody.
Bro, did you see all the stone, all the rock?
Dude, I know. Don't you love it?
Now I know why they call it the Rock, right?
Yeah.
Like
I have. I'm telling you, my golf little thing that I stick in the ground to try to learn how to drive, I can't get it in all the way. That's what she said, because it's just so hard. The rock is so hard.
It's crazy. Now, ridiculous. I mean, and those of you guys, I'll share pictures. Those of you guys that haven't seen what we're talking about, we're doing the pool in the backyard, and there is just nothing but a bed, like a sheet bed of rocks. Of rocks. Like, I mean, they had to break the entire damn thing up. So, I posted it on Twitter on BrandX. So if you guys want to check it out, you can see all the rock that was in my backyard. But yeah, we'll be posting progress of the pool throughout this campaign, or throughout the work order. But yeah, let me go let these guys in real quick. I'll be right back.
Going to talk about Covert Bee Cave, the great folks at Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Check out the weekly specials right now. I looked this morning, not that I'm in the market for a car, although after looking, I saw something that I like. Covert Bee Cave.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
4 centuries, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. 42 beautiful acres of just great chariots, as Wags talks about, out at Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Also, McCall Custom Homes. I want to tell you about our man Mike McCall and those great folks. Actually, we're going to do a little, let's do a little share here. And it's funny that Wags was talking about doing kind of following along with everything he's doing there with the pool. This little bitty space, which is now owned by a beautiful cabinet and a gorgeous quartz countertop, that space used to be covered in cultured marble, a little, 36 by 36 shower pan. Sorry that the picture's crooked. I'm to do my own photography around here. That little bitty space was my shower before Mike McCall came in, and it didn't look near that nice. Let me tell you, friends, I talk about it. I tell you guys about this all the time. Boom, right there. It's behind the curtain at the Double R place right here. That is my brand new bathroom, master bathroom, courtesy of McCall Custom Homes. Look at that shower. Look at that tempered glass. Look at that quartz countertop with integrated sinks. Look at that floor. That floor used to be sheet vinyl, friends. It was sheet vinyl is what I had there. Now it's beautiful tile, and you can have that as well. It's McCall Custom Homes. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out for over 40 years, a father-son team that has been doing it right here in the Central Texas area for years and years and years, and they're ready to tackle your project. The whole thing about this, guys, when this project first came to mind, this really isn't everything that we had in mind. That door's in the way. There's that wainscot along that wall that I'm talking about. The hell, that wasn't in the plan, for crying out loud. I didn't even know what wainscot was till the trade came out here. But they can do this for you. Check out the gallery of projects, McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Oh, by the way, if you are a Texas Sports Unfiltered viewer or listener, free estimates right now, but you have to hit up our man Mike and be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, 512-633-9580. You got that mundane master bath, that living space, whatever you have, turn it into that. Turn it into that. And McCall Custom Homes can do that for you. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Also, audiovisual consultations, best sports time of the year. Check out football. Basketball is going to be here before you know it. October baseball's coming up really soon, too. So it's going to get really, really
good.
You
guys getting in?
It's getting time. Audiovisual consultations, 37 years, friends.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
avconsultations.com.
That's right. We would be remiss if we didn't tell you about our buddy Ryan Hecht. It's the Hecht Law Firm. New lawyer in town. Boom, boom. It is Ryan Hurricane Hecht. When the storm hits, you got to give him a call. When Ryan Hurricane Hecht gets to you, man, there's no thing like having him as your personal go-to attorney, right? It's like having Angel in your corner, like Mickey would say with Rocky, right? Proud Texas Longhorn fighting for fellow Texans, not just a lawyer. He's a Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and passion and pride to the courtroom. Injured in a car accident, you hurt on the job, you fall into your backyard because there's a pool in there, or there's a hole in your backyard because they're making a pool. Ryan Hurricane Hecht can help you out with that, man. There's you don't pay unless you win, no fees unless Ryan Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in the courtroom, but compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through, and he'll fight like hell to make it right. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you. Fighter for the show, fighter for the people, friend of the people as well. Don't let insurance companies push you around. Let Hurricane Hecht blow the case wide open. Give him a call today, 512-938-8929. Again, those lottery numbers, 512-938-8929. The email, ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Hey, check this out, Wax.
What's the break?
First of all, we got to wish a happy birthday to our man, Craig Way, the voice of the Longhorns.
Yes, absolutely. Craig Way.
Say goodnight to this one. Well,
say goodnight to it.
Happy birthday, Craig.
Happy
But the breaking news, by the way, Robert
Craig
Redford
Wade's
passed away.
Yeah, I know. I saw that this morning. 89 years old, Robert Redford.
Craig Way?
No, not Craig Way. Craig Way's immortal.
Craig Way's 92.
What is Craig Way's favorite video game?
Probably one that I play, or not play, but
You're in the realm. You're in the era.
Right?
You're in the era.
Yeah, I
Craig
Way's
Way's music. A prize
yeah,
for knowing Craig Way's favorite video game. It's just a little nugget that I like to know.
What is it? I'm very curious to know now.
Maybe he doesn't want you to know.
Oh, nice.
Or maybe I'll say, you know what? I'm going to save that trivia for Craig. So you know what, guys? Send Craig a friendly message and say that the crew from Texas Sports Unfiltered were saying kind things about him, and Wags posted a trivia question that only Wags might know. And Bevo Lance Jason got it. It's not Galactica, but it's Galga.
Oh, dude. Seriously, yes.
You basically knew what we were talking about, but yeah. You were on point. And he's even got it as the ringtone on his phone. Like you think I'm a nerd, Craig, and that's why Craig is my guy. And that's why usually Craig is everybody's guy.
And it's like Craig is like calling Friday Night Football again. He's doing.
I still turn the damn sound down on the TV and listen to the radio.
I know. I sync that
still
thing
do
up.
it. I can't help it. I can't help it.
Absolutely. Cannot pass up a Craig Way call. Just
all right. We got to talk about the other Monday night game real quick before we get into power rankings.
Yeah. Chargers. I think the Chargers are over that hump, dude.
I do that shit all the time, and they're not the San Diego. I was gonna say San Diego Supercharger, but they're not.
I still think of Dan Fouts and Chuck Muncie.
Dan Fouts and Winslow.
Yeah, I still think of those guys. I just, I don't know. You
don't think of Natron Means?
Matron Means, good call.
You don't think about the team that got blown out 52 to 7? Did he even come on board? Yeah, they got on the board. I think they got 7 touchdowns.
To me, Baltimore's still the Colts. The Cardinals are still from St. Louis. That's kind of the way I work. With
Baltimore's not the Colts because Baltimore Ravens are 1-1. The Colts are 2-0.
Could be the Colts and the Ravens in the AFC
Monday Night Football. Let's get into Monday Night Football. Let's finish that up real quick so we can get into our power rankings. Because I'm curious to see your 32, your top 10. I'm curious to see your top 10 here.
Of the NFL. Oh
yeah, the top 10. I mean, that's what we're gonna do the power rankings. I think you did 32, but I mean, I only did
32. Yeah, I'll post it on. I'll post it on X.
I would love to see your entire 32. You're gonna leave a note like on somebody's doorstep.
I'm gonna put this on my neighbor's door just in case you wanted.
If you don't know what we're talking about, go back to BK and Bucky and see what we're talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So that last game that we were mentioning, Colts. Not the Colts, the Chargers last night. How do you feel about the Chargers? Do you feel like they're for real after what you were able to see against the Raiders? A division game, another division game. They took down the Chiefs. They took down the Raiders, right? We all thought the Broncos were going to be, representatives of the West, of the wild AFC West. And now look at the Chargers. Look at Harbaugh and what the Chargers have been able to do. Are you buying this brand?
I really am. And I think that they're past that point where we kind of call them the Cowboys of the AFC and so forth, to where they kind of shit the bed at the most inopportune moment. I think that they're beyond that. And they're not a physically overwhelming team, but I can't wait for their first matchup with the Chiefs, because it's one of those things where
Didn't they already play the Chiefs?
No, not yet.
I thought they played the Chiefs week 1. Did they not?
Oh, that was week 1. Was that week 1? No, the Chiefs played. Maybe they did. That was week 1.
It was week 1.
That was week 1.
It was
week 1. Okay, well then that's only going to strengthen my point to where it's like I'm not ready to put the Chiefs away yet, but I think the Chargers are going to win the West, dude. I think they're going to win the West. Jake, what I meant was like when they have a home game, when they actually play an Arrowhead, and it's probably not going to be this year. But I really think that the Chargers are at the point where they're ready to take that next step. Denver's not, but I think that Jim Harbaugh has them over that.
You don't think Denver's ready to? You don't think Denver's just kind of having a little bit of a slow start and a hiccup?
No, I think that there's
the Chargers have a lot. I do think the Chargers have more weapons on offense in Denver,
and they're a little longer in the teeth. I think they're a little more a more veteran team. I think a more veteran team, and I think it does.
I'd like to break down their offensive line.
Yeah.
I think Denver's defense is superior to the Chargers, though.
Yeah. Okay. We get Arrowhead later. Okay. That will be the time. That will be the time where I can truly say, okay, maybe the Chargers.
Yeah, that was in Brazil. That was in Sao Paulo.
Yeah. I really think that they're at that point where they're ready to take that next step and not fail. I mean, could it be maybe they're the next Baltimore, maybe they're the next Buffalo that still can't get over the Chiefs?
I was going to say their last step that was they just got done. Well, I mean, we don't even know this yet, right? But it appears that they are done beating themselves, right?
Yeah.
So you're telling me that that leap is going from just getting over from beating yourselves to champions to division champions? Is that what we're at here?
Justin Herbert really. There's never really been a question about Justin Herbert.
No, not in the regular season. Not in the regular season. There hasn't been, or games that don't mean a shit, right? But I mean, these are 2 division games right out of the gate, and he has produced.
He really has. He really has. I mean, I think that Harbaugh has taken this dude to that level to where, I mean, look, the other 2 guys, Baltimore, Buffalo, those are great quarterbacks, but still they have that stumbling block. I think that Justin Herbert, he hadn't been in the AFC Championship game. I think that he may be the one, and great call right there with CB. Dicker the kicker. I mean, you get that dude kicking.
He's pretty nails too. Yeah, you got some lights out. You got some nails kicker.
Yeah. This is a gritty Charger team, dude. I mean, they're not going to go blow the wheels off you like Lamar Jackson and you know, but it's kind of like Justin Herbert and Baker Mayfield. You get these 2 dudes, and it's like, oh man.
I guess I'm still reluctant just based off the pedigree of the Chargers, right? Like flashy team. They look great, and the baby blue bolts are sexy, but they always step on themselves. They always get in their way, right? Mm-hmm. Like that to me, I don't know. It's just how do you get past that? It looks good. It looks great right now, and after week 2, especially if you are beating the Chiefs, who we all thought were still going to be the kings of that division, and I mean it's going to be tough to come back. But are the Chiefs geared and wired? Are they one of the teams that can do it? That can be an 0-2 squad and sneak in, beat the anomaly and sneak into the postseason? I think they are. It's so hard to count Patrick Mahomes out. It just really is. I hate being one of those national pundits that are all about Patrick Mahomes. I don't sit there and bow down to him, but I do give him his grace. Like there's just not many people that can do what he's doing right now. And do I think he gets a lot of love and a lot of favorable calls and gifts? Sure, absolutely. It's hard. It would be hard to not deny that, right? You can't lie to the eye in the sky. But it doesn't defeat the point that the Chiefs are still a contender in my eyes, being 0-2. I know that sounds crazy, but they're still a contender in my eyes.
Yeah. And the thing about it is, like we said, like we've mentioned all along, you can't insert somebody till you can truly supplant Kansas City. And that's the whole stigma of the AFC is Lamar can't get it done. The Bills can't get it done. Are the Chargers going to be the same way to where it's like here, when it's all said and done, you're on the ropes and yet still Kansas City wins? But I think Kansas City is more vulnerable now. It seems like. I mean, but an 0-2 Mahomes is not. I mean, you watched him Sunday. I mean that guy right there. We talk about these gritty quarterbacks and stuff.
He's still gritty, man.
He's the toughest bastard of them all. So it's
now he does. I think he takes some dives. Right, I think he sells out to get some calls for sure. Right, to get maybe the drive extended, as some people would do. But he still that doesn't negate from his toughness. It just says Sidney Crosby does that shit, right? Mm-hmm. Sidney sells all the time. He sells all the time. He still takes licks. I can't believe I just gave Sidney Crosby praise in public, but I did.
You have to know how to do that. That's
for sure. That's exactly it's gamesmanship, right? It's part of about it's trying to get the advantage. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
No doubt about it.
I don't even think it's cheating, honestly. It's just it's cheap. I'll say that it's cheap, but it ain't cheap.
Well, I think that's where he and Jalen Hurts are so good at what they do is that they both do that. I mean, we talk about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts does it. It's just not quite as obvious as Patrick Mahomes.
I don't see Jalen Hurts selling it like that though.
Yeah.
Right? Like I see Jalen Hurts kind of timing his runs and luring the defense into hitting him, right? And getting calls like that. Like I think that's kind of a little iffy. That's using the rules to your advantage here. But Mahomes sells. Like Mahomes really goes out and sells.
He does.
20-9 was the outcome last night. Bolts over the Raiders. They take them down. Geno and company get the loss there. Power rankings. Want to get into it? We got about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, let's rock and roll.
All right, Top man. 10. I'll give you greens. Go ahead, amigo. You got 32 of them. Go ahead.
You want me to? You want to go from the bottom 10 up to 1?
I guess we can probably. Yeah, that's probably better, right? We can go over your top 10 and then go over my top 10 and just see where we differ at.
Yeah, let's see how different we are. Let's kind of run through them.
Let's go back and forth.
Okay. Because the thing is, we'll probably cover the top 10.
Right, for sure.
I'm sure it's probably almost the same top 10, just in a different order, maybe. But
I don't know. I don't because your crystal ball has been pretty. I mean, it's been wild. It's called the Colts, right?
So you don't have the Giants at 10?
I reluctantly do not. Reluctantly do not have the Giants. I wanted to after that performance on Saturday or on Sunday.
So I'll go. So number 10, I still have the 49ers sitting there. Even with Mac Jones, it's going to he got the one out of the way. Let's see if he can do it again. I go number 10. I keep the 49ers.
That's a 2-0 team, right? It's an undefeated team. I do not have the San Francisco 49ers in. My 10th team, the gatekeeper right now, is an 0-2 Kansas City Chiefs team.
I have them 8. Yeah, I have them
8.
Have them 8.
Jesus, I thought I was nuts having them at 10.
Yeah. I just like we talk about. It's really hard to take them.
I know. I just for the life of me, I can't count. Like they're just. It's almost like PTSD. It's like they scare the shit out of me.
But in a good way.
They're just there. Yeah. They're 0-2, but they're there. You know what I mean?
The other day, Wags, and
0-2 Chiefs are way more scary than 0-2 Dolphins.
Absolutely. Okay. It's like the other day in the Sunday game against Philadelphia, it's like as that game went on, it's like if you didn't have the score there, you're thinking, there's probably not a way for Kansas City to win this at the end. And it's 20-17. And it's like they're still there. They're still there. They're like that nose hair you can't get out. They're just right there all the time. You know what I mean?
Jake wants us to give us our bottom 5. I can give the bottom 5 too after we go to the top 10. Especially if we don't have time, we can give the bottom 5 tomorrow. For sure,
absolutely.
Number
9.
My number 10 is the Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay. So I said 8. Number 9 is last night's victorious Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I have Tampa Bay at number 9. Obviously top team in the South at this point. I know Atlanta, blah, blah, blah. New Orleans is not there. They're in the bottom 5, full disclosure. But I go Tampa Bay at number 9.
All right, my number 9 team, the Detroit Lions, the 1-1 Detroit Lions. I think they answered a little bit. Consider the opposition, right? It's the Bears, okay, but still a 50 burger, right? Like that's some efficient football. The defense looks like the edge is gotten back to the tenacity that they need to be, and maybe the only concern that I had was just the disconnect and lack of synergy with the offense, firing without having their offense coordinator and the defense technically,
both of them.
But defense is usually a lot easier to carbon copy or to kind of install, a new regime and having a new offense, a new playbook. That's just, it's a lot more coordination. And I'm not trying to sell the defense out, but being on the defensive side of the ball, I know that, defense kind of just reacts a little bit more and it's a lot easier to install than the offense. That is my number 9 team, the Detroit Lions.
And you're going to roast me because last week I said that Detroit was dead. I have them number 5.
Oh, you're so...
I have them number 5.
What is your? I'm sorry, my wife does this to me. What is your zodiac sign? I'm dying to know.
Aries.
Are you?
Aries.
I was thinking that you were a Libra for a minute there.
So I said my 8 was Kansas City. So you're 8. You're number
my 8, the Washington Commanders.
I have them 12. Behind
12. All right, no,
Indianapolis.
this is good.
Yeah,
Bounding
behind
back and forth.
Indianapolis. Yeah.
This is good. I got Washington Commanders. I do have some concerns, especially with Daniels a little banged up. They look like they're still trying to figure out their running game, especially with Eckler going down too and being out for the season. They're going to have a lot to rely on, the legs and the shoulders of Rodriguez here. We'll see if they get active and bring in somebody else. And now it's, they're probably kicking themselves in the ass for trading away Robinson here. So, that's why you don't trade away with what you go with what Rodney. You go with what right? And especially running backs and their scarcity and they're not a dime a dozen anymore, right? You can't find a really good franchise running back anymore. And I thought Robinson was a really good. He just aligned well with that offense for Kingsbury there. All right, my number 8 is the Washington Commanders. Number 7. Number 7, I'll go right now because you've already mentioned them. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
My number 7. 2-0 again. 2-0 for the 5th year, huh? Firing out of that gate. Seemingly that they're going to be in control of the South, right? They'll probably win their division. They'll get into the postseason here. Forgive my Baltimore accent, my Baltimore O that just came out. But yes, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 7 for my power ranking.
For me, 7, and again, this team I have really high hopes for them, but everything just centers around Matt Stafford. I've got the Rams at number 7, and Stafford looks good, but man, with quarterback attrition, that's where you have to really wonder, what's going to happen here, because he really is the cog in that wheel, like Dallas. It's like Dak and Matt Stafford; those dudes go down, you're in trouble. You're absolutely in trouble. So number 7 for me is the Rams.
All right. Okay. I'm enjoying why we're doing this. Right. Number 7 for me. I've already given you the Buccaneers. Number 6, Los Angeles Chargers.
Finally, we get one together.
Wait, are the Chargers? I thought the Chargers were 4.
No.
Okay, Chargers are 6.
Chargers are 6.
Okay, Chargers are 6. Ding, 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 ding. Unified front.
Did it. We did it.
We hit the spot. Huh?
We like that. We like that pretty blue, man. We like that pretty blue.
All right. Yeah, it is the baby. It's the baby blue, man.
So you're 5.
Blue. Is that what they're called? The powder blue? The powder blue?
Is that what that is? Yeah. Kind of looks like UCLA.
Yeah, the Chargers look good. In their ability to get takeaways too and provide, more opportunities for their offense to get out there on the field and just continue to wear down the opposition there. I think they have a balanced plan of attack with the running game. And of course, we've seen their ability to blow the doors off the defense vertically too. There's never been a question with Herbert in the regular season. We know this, right? We've talked about this till we were blue in the teeth. What can he do in big games? All right. Now, would you consider, opening season or opening game or opening kickoff game for the season, right, against Kansas City and Sao Paulo? Would you consider that a pretty big game, right? I would think so, especially against the marquee Kansas City Chiefs before Worthy went down, right? Worthy, play 3 is when Worthy went out.
But you're talking time zone differences and all of that. I mean, the adjustment. I mean, there was a lot in that. I mean, so that's why I'm ready to get him.
It travels tough, right? When you're traveling around the block, it's tough.
Yeah, yeah. When Dallas goes to Houston or Houston
but
goes
both
to Dallas,
both teams had to travel.
But right. That's why I think that Arrowhead matchup is going to be that. That's where you can really, if the Chargers win that one, that's where you can really. I don't know if supplant is probably a strict word to use, but that's where you can really
maybe remove. And I don't know. I can't give 1 year, even if they do it. I can't give 1 year as I just look at it as a year, like an anomaly year. When the Chiefs are victorious 4 out of 5 years, or what is it now, 3 out of 4 years? It's tough to say that they've been dethroned. Right, like I have to see it at least 2 years in a row.
Really, the only thing that's left for the Chiefs, Wags, is to be the wild card and to just run through the AFC and go to the Super Bowl. That's really about the only thing they haven't done. and maybe that's what happens this year. I don't know. So that was 5. I had Detroit. Okay, so Did you give
so
your
my number 5? No, my number 6 was the Rams. Number 5, or excuse me, my number 6 was the Chargers. My number 5 are the Rams.
Okay.
All right. I think the Rams, with their young defense coming on strong, their ability to be able to move the ball through the air, and now, I mean, hell, they can pound the rock too. It looks like. I mean, you've seen what they've been able to do, not just inside the tackles too, but McVay's been able to scheme, some really good things there for their offense, and you can't count out a veteran quarterback like Matt Stafford. All right, that's number 5 for me. Number 4 for you.
Number four, I've got the Ravens.
You've given 5, right?
Yeah. 5 is Detroit. Yeah,
Okay.
5 is Detroit. I still believe in the Lions.
I'm there with the Lions are number 9 for me.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
no, I mean, you sitting here saying the Lions were done and,
They're done.
left for dead, last year or last week, and then
I'm
coming
like
back.
Mel Kiper. I'm like Mel Kiper, dude. It's like, I know so much, but don't know shit. Number 4, I've got
Baltimore
the Ravens.
guy, Mel Kiper, Baltimore guy.
Yeah, there it is. That's speaking of Baltimore. Number 4. That's where I've got the Ravens sitting number 4 right
Hey, ding ding, unified front. Baltimore Ravens, 4 for me too.
Yeah.
What do you like about the Ravens here?
I mean, you like everything.
I mean, I know what you
everything
like.
about the Ravens.
What do you worry? What is going to hold the Ravens back?
Kansas City.
Will they be? Will that be the barrier this year, or will it be the Bills?
I'm curious. I'm curious to see that if you get to an AFC Championship game and it's Baltimore and not Kansas City, if maybe really that is the kryptonite. Maybe it just is Kansas City that Baltimore can't. That's why I want to see Baltimore and the Bills in the AFC Championship, because it's like one of those fuckers has got to go to the Super Bowl. One of them has to win. Which one will it be? That'd be such a great storyline.
So
even though it'd be
the
boring.
Ravens, I was just like, okay, well, they can't get over the hump because they can't throw the ball deep, right? Like they don't have that deep threat. Even with Hollywood Brown, they didn't have that connection with the deep threat, right? They get Flowers in and it starts to emerge, it starts to evolve. But it seems like now that they're getting that, they're starting to lose, and again, I know that Mark Andrews is getting older, right? But I was expecting Isaiah Likely to kind of come in there and really, supplement that and be the succession plan for their intermediate passing attack. Isaiah Likely is a machine. He's a mismatch nightmare. Like, linebackers cannot cover him. Defensive backs are too small to cover him. So he can just beat you in a nice little 5-yard flat route or a button hook or a hook to curl. I think if they can put it all together, and especially now that they got the ground and pound too, they got 3 levels of vertical play or 3 levels of attack with their offense. Question mark is their defense, right?
Well,
like their defense, sometimes just can't get it. It's back to that old back to the Texans, right? They can't get off the field. Sometimes like in critical situations like 3rd and 3, Baltimore gets beat. They look great. I'll say that though, they tighten up, they stiffen up. They usually stiffen up in the red zone. They usually got pretty good red zone D.
And I have to tell you, and Jake hits it right there. The Baltimore reminds me of these guys, of the mid-90s Oilers, to where it's like they just jump out and they're beating the dog shit out of you and can't hold on to the lead in a playoff game. And I'm not just talking about the one Buffalo game. It's like there's these when the Oilers got beat by Kansas City. It was like they should not lose this game to Joe Montana, Marcus Allen, and all these old dudes. And they still lost that. So that's what Baltimore feels like to me, to where they're at that point to where it's like, okay, I think they got it, but you still can't.
What's the whole? They just got a couple of shortcomings, a couple of mishaps, man. That's it.
Yeah.
Number 3 for me, the Green Bay Packers.
I got them too.
You got them at 2? Yeah, number 3, Green Bay Packers. Especially now. I mean, I should reevaluate that because Micah Parsons, adding their passing attack or their passing defense. But yeah, number 3 for me in power rankings, the Green Bay Packers. We haven't even seen what they've been able to do and stretch the ball deep with Matthew Golden yet. Like, that connection hasn't even come to fruition yet, and they're still being able to be dominant. And again, it's only week 2, so these are, remember, week 2 power rankings. But as of now, number 3 for me is Green Bay.
Yeah, and I've got 3. I've got Buffalo.
All right. Number three is Buffalo, and then number 2 is Green Bay for you. Number 2 is Buffalo for me. All right. So Buffalo, we all know the deal, right? Really good ground and pound with Cook now, especially utilizing the legs with Josh Allen in natural, situations where he can extend the play. What their question mark is, can they stretch the field vertically? Right? Can they beat teams and blow the doors off the defense? That's still out there. And their defense it's got some holes here and there, but more than likely it's pretty sound. It's pretty solidified. Buffalo is number 2 for me. You're number 2. It was what?
Yeah, Green Bay. Green Bay. So
number 1 is the hated and despised, disdained.
Unanimous number 1 for both of us, the New York Jets.
Yeah, sure. The Philadelphia
the other green team.
The Philadelphia Eagles. They are the hated Philadelphia Eagles.
I can't
number 1
stand
team.
that they are this good.
Yep.
Stand
They're pretty good. And so are these two. What's up, dynamic duo? How are you all?
How are we doing, fellas?
Fantastic. Good. Living the dream, man. What you guys got cooking? We just got done doing our power rankings. Our week 2 NFL power rankings.
We'll get a little NFL in today. We'll do a little recruiting and football, a little bit of basketball too, and we're not going to talk about the Texans game. I'll tell you that.
But are we going to get your remarks on the Longhorns game, or are you feeling as confident as all of us are? Huh?
Yeah.
Right.
I'm confident. You'll hear some.
All right, boys.
What?
We're going to get out of here all confident in what Rodney's. Rodney's been spilling it too. We're gonna get out of yours hair. I got some pool stuff to attend to, guys. So wish me luck. Y'all be good.
Have fun, man.
Good luck.
See y'all tomorrow. Take care, boys.
Well, welcome into the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That is Will Turboff. Well, where do we want to start? Texas game, recruiting, college football, NFL.
Starting off with the Horns on Saturday. Heading into this past week, we had, come on this show and talked about the importance of getting that passing game going early, of Arch Manning being able to hit Wingo on a consistent basis from the start of the game, for the run game to be a little bit more complete. And then I think as soon as that game against UTEP started, once you had that first drive or two for Texas, you realize all those things were not going to go right. And we're not going to go right the entire game. CJ Baxter is injured after one play. Arch has, I think, 2 misfires on that first drive. It ends up going about 8 or 9 plays before they stalled on fourth. And then it happens again on the second drive. And it just feels like forever, at least from the student section, feels like forever until Texas can get it going on Saturday. And even then, even when they do, there's not a ton of fireworks. There's no super deep plays. Jordan, I'm going to let you talk, and we'll go back and forth a little bit here. But there was the lack of explosiveness by Texas through 3 games. Is maybe the most jarring part of this team so far.
Yeah, not good at all. I mean, I talked about it yesterday. There's no offensive identity. They had 1 rush go over 10 yards. It was James Simon with the 13-yarder. And I don't think they've had a rush of over either 15 or 20 yards since the Clemson game, the home playoff game last year. So it's not good. And the passing offense, it's obviously been bad. Arch Manning's been inaccurate. He's making the wrong reads, or he's late making the reads. And then there's no run game either, really, or no established run game, one that can create explosive plays. So 0 offensive identity. And, the Ohio State game was always going to be rough, whether it was a win or loss. I think that was going to be rough for everyone. But, they have not dominated the second and third opponent like they were supposed to. And they're playing a Sam Houston State team that is going to be the worst team they face this season. There is no question about that. Sam Houston State has given up north of 37 points 3 weeks in a row, 3 games in a row. If Texas can't hit 30 again for the second week in a row versus a G5, G6 opponent, whatever you want to call it, it's a big fucking problem. It's a huge problem, right? And yes, like the butt of all the jokes right now is Arch Manning. That's where Texas fans are focused. That's where their frustrations are focused. The run game has not been up to par either. And to be quite honest with you, the O-line hasn't either. Brandon Baker has not performed well at all. There's been too many penalties. And even like Trevor Gooseby, who's looked at as kind of the one sure thing, the one right thing, he hasn't been horrible by any means. I think you could say he's been the best offensive lineman, but even then, like Trevor Gooseby's level of play, where do you put that on last year's O-line? Because it's not one. Kelvin Banks is still around, and it's probably not even 2 or 3. Who knows? So a lot of things that have to be fixed. And I mean, I don't think anyone can watch. I don't think anyone has watched Texas through 3 games and thought, yeah, this team can compete for an SEC title. The defense, maybe. Yeah. But if the offense continues playing like the way it has through 3 weeks, they're not going to make it to Atlanta. And they probably won't make it to the playoffs either. They only have to go to Georgia on the road still, Florida on the road still. I know Lagway just, couldn't figure out if his guys were in the white or blue jerseys on Saturday, but still, like, they have games left on the schedule that they will lose if the offense played the way it did on Saturday and the Saturday before. So with Sam Houston State, I mean, if they don't hit at least 40, big problem. Because after that, they got a bye week to get it right. And if Texas shows up and plays the way they did versus San Jose State or UTEP, the bye week is going to be hell. Because what this week has been, where everyone's kind of frustrated.
I think we're past that point. I think no matter what, unless Texas puts up 70 on Saturday, there's going to be, from September 21st to October 4th, it's going to be pure hell in terms of, coverage of this team. And I think that's, it's deservedly so. But it's going to be a long time of just people saying, what can we do differently? What hasn't worked? The unfortunate part about it now is that CJ Baxter is out this week. And now in your 4th game, you don't really have a chance to get the run game going, at least in the fashion you want to. I think Wisner is going to be questionable. So in game 4, you're rolling out there with Christian Clark, with Jarek, and with James Simon, who you mentioned had a pretty good game. I thought on some of those rushes where couldn't really get past the first level, it wasn't his fault. And that's someone that seems like they're going to develop through the season if he continues to get reps like this. But this offense won't be 100% on Saturday. DeAndre Moore is still in question. I think there's a couple other guys, that may or may not play. And we will not see the finished product of this offense until we get the SEC play.
It's crazy to think like Emmett Mosley's on this team.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He hasn't played. When is he gonna play?
If he plays.
So many question marks regarding the offense. And I mean, I said this yesterday, like last year's team, it's especially towards the end, it's like, well, Quinn can only throw behind the line of scrimmage or within 10 yards. The defense is either going to have to score a touchdown or hold them to less than 20, 25 points for Texas to win this game. That's what has to happen. This year, that's magnified like 10 times. Except there's no secret injury. It's just the quarterback play has been atrocious. So, I mean, I don't know. All right, we're going to get this guy out of here. He's kind of annoying me, and he's annoying other people. So, big load. See ya. But yeah, I mean, okay, one thing I want to ask
recruiting for a second, if you are ready, Jordan. Peyton Houston.
Hold up.
Longtime Texas offered quarterback in the class of 2027. We all good?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. We'll get to that in a sec. I wanted to ask you. You've been in the student section the 2 home games. You've been there. You've seen in person. I'm assuming you've seen the clips as well. I don't know. What are kind of the vibes in and around that student section and just around campus? Over the last few weeks.
The vibes were not hot this past Saturday. I will say that. The 2:30 kick, you're going to get some anger out of people. They're hot, they're sweaty, and then when the offense goes out there and does that, to start the first quarter, and you're talking about being a one-score game with UTEP deep in the first half, there's not really any enthusiasm. Like, people were gone after the half. I felt like by the time that they really started to get things going, and get things going is kind of a strong term, there was no one there, and the people that were there were dogging on Arch the whole time. Not gonna say what what I was doing, but I have been sticking up for the guy so far, and I will continue to do it because he's the quarterback at the University of Texas, and that's what I do. But the vibes were not good. I'll say they weren't good in the first one either. There's not optimism, a ton of optimism. That's how I'm feeling, or that's what I saw.
Yeah. We missed like the last 10 seconds of that, and didn't hear it. All right, we had a question or comment that I wanted to hit on. Christian said, thoughts on taking out Cole Hudson and putting in Connor Robertson at center. I feel like Hudson has been terrible. What I think should happen, what I've thought should happen, is if Connor Stroh and Nato Yomozulu are still in week 4 or the 4th game of the season and they're still rotating. I mean, one, to be honest with you, it blows my mind Connor Stroh's even playing. Seriously. And I think it's more disappointing, not just from the structure of the offensive line room, but what's most disappointing is that Nato Yomozulu through 4 years is not ready to play, or is not trusted enough to play, and they're rolling Connor Stroh out there. What I think they should do is make Cole Hudson the left guard, Connor Robertson at center. I've said similar things in the past where if they lose a tackle, I think Cole Hudson should play tackle and Connor Robertson play center. Like, you go up and down the whole O-line, the depth chart. If we're looking at the talent gap between the 1s and the 2s, the closest gap is Connor Robertson and Cole Hudson at center. So, I mean, yeah. So, I don't know, but not great. All right. Will, you're like frozen and pixelated, so I don't even know if we have you. Maybe I'm going solo the rest of the day. I don't know. Let me shoot him a text. I'm gonna remove him. All right. Try resetting. All right. So Jake Bayless said, I thought the O-line played well enough against Ohio State when the starters were Gooseby, Nato, Hudson, DJ, and Baker. Yeah, it is kind of strange. They've somehow gotten worse versus much worse opponents. I think a fair amount of it can be attributed to the fact that, San Jose State and UTEP were both running a ton of stunts and confusing the Texas O-line because, the talent matchup wasn't necessarily even there. They got to get creative and do things. And also, UTEP is really creative with getting to the passer, rushing the passer. They went into that Texas game leading the entire country in sacks and tackles for loss. That doesn't happen by accident. And I know they're playing UT Martin and Utah State those first 2 weeks, but again, does not happen with an accident, or that does not happen by accident. And then you saw some of that versus Texas. So, Sam Houston State, I'd be lying to you if I could name a single player in their front seven. I do know they have Fatu Makuba, the younger brother of Drew Makuba, on that team. But that's about it. Kind of just look through their games. All right. Hopefully
I think we're good. Yeah, we are. What are we in week 4 now of everyone here on campus? And for some reason, just refuse to have a constant internet connection. It's just lovely. Not in Jester though. We're deep in West Campus. Where are we at, Jordan?
We were just talking about some of the O-line and things like that. With recruiting, I talked about the Peyton Houston situation yesterday and kind of the dominoes that are starting to fall. So I guess if you want to go over that, I don't know what your thoughts are on that. And yesterday I just talked about how it affects Texas, and because they're not going to get KB and Bryant, or at least right now, it seems incredibly unrealistic. So Cole Nussmeier, Elijah Haven, Malachi Ziegler, guys like that. You got us.
This is terrible. Yeah, I've got you. And I'm hoping you can get me kind of consistently, at least for the next 30 seconds or so. As you mentioned, it seems like Kevin Bryant and Tech is much more of a strong connection. We had thought that the Tech would be, at least the strongest competition for Texas by the time June rolled around. And it seems like they've just done a better job. But Kevin will be on campus, expected to be on campus this weekend. See if maybe some tides turned. It's hard to, of course, you're Texas, and the way you recruit a quarterback is a lot of showing off that you are Texas and what goes along with, being that guy. But it's kind of hard to sell that when the offense plays like this. So, Texas wants to really move some momentum quickly with Kevin Bryant. They're going to need a great game, and they're going to need to show him that, these last 2 or 3 games have been a fluke on offense. And they're really going to have to show any 27 prospect that. We had seen them take a look at Malachi Ziegler. That one is likely not going to happen. It seems like Baylor and Mississippi State are kind of the leaders there. Colton Nussmeier has been mentioned several times now that LSU has a quarterback commit in the class of 2027. That makes things a lot more interesting. And then I think, you would have to imagine that maybe Texas would show some kind of interest in Elijah Haven. But at this point, there hasn't been anything there. And, we talk about some fringe guys, like Weston Nielsen. But there's really, I think, about 6 to 8 different ways Texas could go in the 27 class. And I just don't think there's really any certainty at this point, though.
Yeah. What I think will end up happening is they're going to shoot their shot at one of the bigger names, Nussmeier, Haven, Gunnar Rivers, depending on how that goes. If no one wants to come in behind Dia, then we're probably looking at a Trey Owens situation where they'll find, a higher upside guy that's a longer burn. And they'll probably offer that kid in November or December. That's exactly what went down with Owens. And by the end of September, I was covering Baylor at the time, but Hudson Standish, who had our job at that time, told me that by the end of September, they had kind of honed in on Trey Owens as the guy, and they were watching him, and then they offered him about a month and a half later. So hopefully, or not hopefully, I think that's what is going to end up happening. I've said it a bajillion times. You're not supposed to be able to stack 5-star or borderline 5-star QBs in back-to-back cycles. It's unrealistic. So,
well, Jordan, while we're here, and I'm not making you telling you to make a true prediction here, but out of the kind of mid-level guys, and I think it would likely be one from the state of Texas, out of that group in the class 2027, is there anyone that kind of piques your interest? Anyone that you think would be a good fit with Texas?
I would go after Malachi Ziegler. Again, if we're looking at this thing from a realistic standpoint, who will be okay with sitting on the bench, developing, and, working hard every day, showing up to practice every day, knowing that they're not going to get their shot until year 3 at the earliest? Malachi Ziegler. Because right now he's a huge project, but the ceiling is it's so high.
Incredibly high.
Like round 1 ceiling. Trey Owens has a ceiling. It has never been round 1. And the floor is higher, or the floor out of high school is higher than Owens than it will be with Ziegler. But there's so much to work with there. And it's kind of like, it's almost like how NFL teams draft Joe Miltons or Josh Allens or Trey Lances and hope these, freakazoid athletes that play the QB position will pan out and that they can coach them up. That's kind of what the Malachi Ziegler recruitment is like, where he needs a lot of work. But there's a lot of flash plays there. And right now, Mississippi State, seems to be the school in the driver's seat now, and I think they're kind of battling SMU for him right now.
Yeah.
So I'd go after him. I think Nussmeier could be interesting. He is a lefty, though. He'd be the first lefty Sark recruited since Tua Tagovailoa, which is a pretty good recruiting pitch. But, I mean, yeah, he's a lefty. So there's that. In Alabama, Florida, LSU still, they're in there. And the LSU is weird, too, because, like, it's been reported even after the Peyton Houston commitment that they're going to continue recruiting and talking to Elijah Haven and Colton Nussmeier. Will they be able to sign a 2 QB class with 2 of those 3 guys?
Wow,
I highly doubt
that'd be something with the way that Peyton Houston's recruitment is going, and you know the publicity and the stature that he's had. It would be hard to believe that you would take 2 in that class, but you've got connections to the top 2 quarterbacks in the country, and deep ones. Like Elijah Haven wants to play at LSU. I'm not saying that's where he'll end up, but like there was, definitely mutual interest there. And the same thing with Nussmeier. And they end up taking Peyton Houston. Like I have questioned Brian Kelly's, quarterback acquisition talent before. This one I'm very puzzled at, to be honest.
Yeah, it is hilarious though, because well, I don't know if you know this, but like he silently committed to Oklahoma the morning of the Michigan game, and that was done. It was a done deal. Talked to NIL, everything was sorted out. It was done. And he was literally like peer recruiting for Oklahoma in the stands with other visitors that night. That happened. So, I mean, shout out to LSU for that, but I agree with you. It is a mind-boggling decision to take Houston. But hey, they did it. And that's something to bring up too. Like OU, they're probably going to be competing with Texas for that quarterback. So, something to monitor there with the Sooners. Wanted to bring this up real quick before I forgot, just to kind of put it into perspective how bad the Texas offense is right now. Check this out. Through 3 weeks, Texas is the 10th highest scoring team in the Lone Star State. Yeah.
That is that's something to see, when that Houston offense is scoring more than Texas. Yeah, I mean, Houston put more points up or just about the same against Colorado that Texas did against UTEP. I mean, UTEP was not a good offense. We just can't I can't really overstate this. This is a team that Texas should have put 60 on. The defense was terrible. They played terrible against Utah State. They played terrible against UT Martin, even though the game ended up being blowout. There was just no reason that Texas should not have averaged this out to be in at least the mid-30s here. Let's hope that we are able to look back on this and so many other things from the last 2 weeks in January and think, I can't believe we were so concerned. But at this point, I'm not sure that we'll be in that position.
Yeah, I mean, like, what if I told you in the summer, hey, through 3 weeks of the season, Drew Mestemaker, who never started a single high school game in 4 years at Vandergrift, is putting up more numbies than Arch Manning. And you're probably like, oh, UNT hasn't played anyone. To be honest with you, I don't know who they played besides Washington State, and they smoked their ass this past weekend. So, it's not good. And shout out to Drew Mestemaker. He's making himself some money. He will be in the portal come December. If he's not, he's made a bad decision. But yeah, this is just hard to look at. On the flip side, though, which kind of shows the defense, look at this.
Yeah, here we go.
Stop rate. Current top 10 minimum, you got to play 2 FBS teams. Texas is 6th, or tied at 6th, I should say, with Ohio State. The other teams in front of them, Penn State, Memphis, Maryland, Oregon. Stop rate, it's the percentage of which the offense goes 3 and out, if I'm not mistaken. I can look at PFF to double check that, but 85.7%. And you look at the other teams in here, most of them are, the top-ranked teams. LSU, Oklahoma, Texas Tech is ranked in the top 25. Ohio State is. I don't think Nebraska or Maryland are quite yet, but Oregon, Penn State is, and Memphis isn't top 25, are they?
I don't believe so. Nebraska, are they 25 this week? No, they're not. I was wrong about that.
I'm not sure.
But I believe they will end up being favored against Michigan, who is ranked. So, but yeah, David Keith Williams had a comment that regardless of the offensive woes and the terrible graphics you see there, Texas is top 3 in the state, at the worst, in just about every defensive statistic. They're checking all the boxes. I think the deep play issues, UTEP probably had 3 plays go over 20 yards, and that's a lot on young players in the secondary. At least that's what it seemed like on Saturday, and that's what it seemed like against San Jose State. A guy like Littleton or Cade Phillips is occasionally going to not turn around and give up a play, or they're going to miss a tackle. We saw that a couple times. I think maybe Brad Spence missed a tackle. But those are really the only hiccups at this point. Like, that's the only thing I'm concerned about is Littleton and Phillips. And I think both those guys are going to be in midseason form by the time the midseason comes around. So I'm not too concerned. And I really do think this Texas defense is even better than what we saw last year.
Yeah. Real quick, you brought up Grayson Littleton and Cade Phillips. I've talked about it a little bit in the past, but Texas is expecting those 2 guys to be starting at star and at corner by 2026, week 1. Malik Muhammad, he's gone after this year. He's going to be drafted in April. So that would leave kind of Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, Santana Wilson.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Jelani McDonald will be with the team either next year.
Well, yeah, true. But I think, they're losing Michael Taft no matter what. And Derek Williams, he's barely played. That one is, I've heard some very interesting things around that one. I'm not sure if he's at Texas next year. But with Jelani McDonald, I think he's going to get shifted back to safety if he does stay in Austin for his 4th year. So with Texas, it's, who are the other guys that are going to emerge? Because Will, I know you're a huge fan of him, but the Texas staff absolutely loves Samari Matthews. They love him. He's going to play year 1. I'm not saying he's going to get Grayson Littleton snaps or whatnot, but he is playing year 1. It very similar body type to Kobe Black, except much more physical, and he's not playing at the small school level, going both ways. He's going one way. And for those curious, Samari Matthews, his team was tied 14-14, about 8 minutes left in the 4th quarter, caught a pick 6 to put them up 21-14. They ended up winning 28-21. Jonah is also a guy. With what the price tag is with him, with what you're paying him, you want him, you of course want him to be healthy, and that's why he hasn't played. You don't want to risk long-term injury, especially with soft tissue injuries like with what he's dealing with. But that 7-figure price tag's got to see the field at some point, and I think at some point maybe he has to make a decision between football and baseball. That's something that could realistically happen. So I do think, though, that he's going to be starting at safety next year, and if not, he'll be playing pretty much starting level snaps as someone who rotates in a lot. So, yeah. And, yeah, you're correct, David Keith Williams. He could very well be a day 2 pick. Jelani McDonald could. Cameron Govan asked, do you thinking there will be any transfers from what you're seeing? Texas, they're going to lose players. Let's think about it. How many guys from this year's team are you confident, very confident, will be drafted in April? We can go through them all. Right now, I can't name a QB or running back.
Yeah.
Tight end, Jack Andrews. He can also
maybe, but I think there's also, I think he will be drafted. At receiver, I don't think there's anyone.
No.
On the offensive line, Gooseby probably, if he wanted to go out, but I don't think he goes out unless he's going to be a 1st-round pick. He's the only one.
Let's say Gooseby and Andrews, though. DJ Campbell's out of eligibility. I think he will go.
He will be drafted,
especially after. He's going to test like a freak for a guard at the combine. So that's 3 on offense. On defense, Ethan Burke, he should be selected.
Yeah, I think maybe a couple defensive linemen in there. I can't believe I'm saying this, but with the way that he's played, like I think Hero Canoe will get some looks from scouts. I'm sure he has been. He would probably be a day 3 guy at this point, if that. But we'll see how the rest of the season goes. This is really his first season with any kind of tape. And defensive line is not an easy position to just have one great year like it is, some other spots. But he's played great so far. In terms of anyone else on that, I think Trey Moore maybe a draftable guy. I think he's out of eligibility.
Yeah, I don't. At this point, I don't think he's going to get drafted. I feel like he hasn't played like at all, almost.
Yeah, I mean, he's been out there. He just hasn't been, hasn't been too active, to be honest.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 5. Anthony Hill, that's 6. Michael Taft, that's 7. Malik Muhammad, that's 8.
I believe that's going to be it. Yeah, I think
it. Maybe Jelani goes early. Maybe Jack Baumeister gets selected. Maybe Shipley. Like we're looking.
I would say Baumeister would have a good chance to get drafted if he ends up going out.
I mean, he's out of eligibility as well.
Oh, that's right.
So
we'll say 10. We'll say there's a wild card in there somewhere too.
Yeah.
Because there always ends up being one. Like this is drafted that you would have never imagined. This time last year.
What I will say right now, though, they need an offensive tackle. Like the needs from the transfer portal that have to get done this season. They need an offensive tackle, whether or not Trevor Gooseby goes to the NFL. They need one. At least someone who can push Gooseby and or Brandon Baker. There's no doubt about it. They need a receiver. Like, I know the entire receiver room will come back next year, but not only is Arch Manning not hitting these guys, a lot of them aren't getting separation either. I don't know what the hell's happened, but they need a receiver, and I would expect them to go get a day 1 guy. A Matthew Golden guy, a Isaiah Bond guy who was on pace to be day 1 eventually, and A.D. Mitchell, who would have been a day 1 pick had the NFL not found out about some things. So they need a true difference maker like that. It's going to come in and start. Emmett Mosley, productive player, great true freshman for Stanford. He was not that, and he won't ever be a day 1 pick. So they need someone like that. At tight end, if they lose injuries, I think that could potentially be a position they go after. It'll depend on if Nick Townsend and Jordan Washington and Marty Winston are ready. Injuries could also potentially come back. At running back, I think they'll hold off. I think they'll be just fine. On defense, I think they'll be good on edge and interior D lineman. I could see them taking a guy or 2 on the interior D line. I think a lot of that will depend on Hero Canoe if he stays or leaves. Linebackers should be good. And then, in the secondary. So, like, the biggest needs going into the portal, I think, are without question offensive tackle and a true receiver, either a 1 or someone who can complement Ryan Wingo, but they have to be a future NFL player.
Yeah, I like that you talked about offensive tackle because I think that's the biggest need now for Texas and will be the biggest need heading into the 2026 season. I was kind of joking around on Sunday that wonder if Kyle Flood took a look at UCLA and Virginia Tech's offensive line to see if they could go with get one of those guys out of the portal right now. Because I'm sure out of the 10 people that started offensive line for one of those teams, maybe one of them would have a chance of starting at Texas. And now, as I mentioned, they can go in the portal right now. I think that's a good segue to some general college football news over the weekend if you're ready.
Yeah, we'll do that in a few minutes. CB said when Derek Williams signed with Texas, Michael Griffin said he would finish. Is one of the greats. Safe to say that's not happening. I don't know about safe to say, but I mean, you are correct. It's trending towards not happening. He did blow his knee out, and I mean, I don't know why he's not playing if he's cleared to be healthy, because like I don't know the snap count versus UTEP, but he played 6 snaps for San Jose State. And if I'm not mistaken, all 6 are in the 4th quarter when the game was already decided. Why is that happening? He had a huge brace on in fall camp. Can't remember if he still got it on. I assume so. But, I mean, that one is very strange to me. Maybe Texas is trying to get him to come back next year, and maybe only playing him 6 snaps a game guarantees that. The strategy there is confusing. But real quick, before we talk about college football from this past weekend, want to talk about some visitors expected in town this weekend for this game. This is a very short list because it's Tuesday morning. There's still invites that have to get sent out and still plans that have to, be confirmed or scheduled or whatnot. But 3 commits. Derek Cooper, it'll be an official visit for him. Big visit for him. First time back at Texas since April when he took his first ever visit. That was like a weekend long unofficial. Well reported, never took a summer official visit, yet the Longhorns still won out for him. So it'll be an important one. He was at Miami, their week 1 win over Notre Dame. He was at Miami, their week 3 win over USF. 2 trips elsewhere to the same school through 3 weeks of the season is never a good thing. And I mean, we said it back in the summer, like this recruitment was going to signing day, regardless of who won the commitment in July. That was Texas. They still got to fight for it. So, this weekend it provides an opportunity for them to lock things in. Florida State is also hovering. Ohio State's still in there somewhere. In Georgia, who had him committed for about 48 hours during his sophomore year, is also going to hang around that one forever as well. 2 other commits, James Johnson, another South Florida native. He was at Miami week 1 for their win over Notre Dame. Went to Texas the following week for Texas' win over San Jose State. And he'll be back in Austin for the Sam Houston State game. He's entertaining Miami. Texas flipped him from Georgia, but the Bulldogs seem kind of out of it. They've spent a lot of money on their interior D-line class and seem pretty content with keeping those guys. And then, I mean, Florida State, they're trying as well, but the only, I think, school that's a threat right now is Miami. And then the 3rd commit, Dylan Behrman. It'll be his first visit to Texas since the official visit he committed on June 5th through 7th. He was at Ole Miss this past weekend. First visit there in a long time, either his first ever visit in Oxford or his first one in like 2 years. Really out of left field, but I mean, like, how surprised can we be? This is a kid who had an unorthodox recruitment and committed to Texas over Purdue. LSU, Texas Tech, Florida State are also trying to pull off a flip, get him to campus. And he did say when he confirmed he was going to be at Ole Miss that he's going to set and schedule several other visits to other schools. So this one could also go till signing day. But, I mean, him being in Austin this weekend provides an opportunity for Texas to lock this thing in. And then uncommitted prospects, Kavian Bryant, we talked about him a lot. Texas right now is behind Texas Tech and Florida State. The big things for Bryant, NIL, just like it is for every other prospect, and early playing time. Out of the 4 schools he's considering, SMU, Texas Tech, Texas, and Florida State, Texas, that's the longest path to the field. That's the most competitive room. And also the other 3 schools are telling him he can play basketball there. That's not going to be a thing if he goes to Texas. So at this point, I don't know what Texas can do besides put the highest offer on the table. But I think that's going to be hard to top Tech, and I honestly just don't see Texas doing that. So it's a visit for him. He can see his first game day visit at Texas. And he is committing in the end of October. It doesn't have a commitment date, but probably going to be around Halloween. And it'll be the last opportunity for him to visit with the Texas coaches, meet him in person in Austin before that commitment is made. Aiden Starling, your guy, he'll be down in Austin. Tell us about Aiden Starling.
Aiden Starling, 3-star receiver at Shadow Creek, teammates with Chris Stewart and 2028 prospect Jalen Dye. Loaded receiving core over there. Aiden Starling, I think, has actually been the most active out of those 3 thus far. Been committed to Houston for a long time, dating back to when he was actually at Iowa Colony instead of, before moving to Shadow Creek. He has been pretty steadfast in saying that he is firmly committed to Houston. And although he appreciates the interest from Texas, it hasn't really changed his mind at all at this point. But obviously they're working as hard as they can. This is probably attempt number 3 to get him on campus this year. He had said that he had an open invite to all the games and was going to make it work at some point. This is the time. It's no secret because Stewart is trying to get this one, to be a flip for Texas. And there's a lot of other guys, from Galatzan County, from the Pearland era, and in Houston that would love to see Aiden Starling in Burnt Orange. But it's going to take a lot. He is the prized possession of that Houston receiving core in 2027. He would not be the top guy in Texas's class, say that. So he understands his position in a Houston class is a little bit different than what it looks like at Texas.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't looked at the stats, but Chris Stewart suffered an injury week 1. So I assume he's been getting kind of the lion's share of targets, probably him and Jalen Adai. For those curious, CB asked, has Justice Terry played yet? Just pulled up PFF. He has played 7 snaps. All 7 of them came in the San Jose State game. And also, just thought it was interesting. You want to guess where Grayson Littleton is if you list the Texas defensive players by who's played the most snaps? You want to guess where he is? He's top 10. I'll give you that hint.
No idea.
Number 6, the only players in front of him that have played more snaps through 3 games, Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, Jalen Gilbo, Ant Hill, and Malik Muhammad. Hero Canoe has the highest snap count of any interior D lineman, followed by Murad Watson, followed by Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, Alex January. And yeah, Levon Johnson still is yet to play this year. Melvin Hills has had 14 total snaps, twice as many as Justice Terry, just like we all predicted, you know.
Can we and Jordan, we're getting some comments about this while we're on recruiting. Let's clear the air. CB asking, did Texas get a commitment this weekend? Because I got a text they did, or was that a false alarm? Jordan, clear the air here.
Yeah, so there's a kid named King Pitts, originally from Hawaii, transferred to Cardinal Newman in Santa Rosa, Northern California, going into his sophomore year. He's a 2028 offensive tackle. We think he's an offensive tackle. On 3 ranks him as an edge. To be honest, I don't know either one, but clearly a big functional athlete. I hop on Twitter and see other sites have reported a commitment for a kid who was offered like 10 days ago. So I'm like, what the hell? What? So I send the kid a message, write up the story real quick because the kid committed. We got to get a story, and everyone else is at the game. I got to write it. As soon as I post it, he responds within 60 seconds. And it's like, hey, I didn't commit. I don't know where this is coming from. And I'm like, brother, like, are you saying rivals made up these commitment quotes you gave them? You know, I didn't say that, but I'm like, well, all of these other sites reported in there's quotes from you. And he's like, yeah, I didn't say that. Those are fake. It's all made up. So I'm like, oh boy, we got one of these. End up chatting with him. What I think happened is there's an agent or advisor or something involved that had a graphic made, because there was a commitment graphic made. It was up on his Instagram for 2 days before anyone even posted a story that he committed. So, you know, talked to him a few different times. He said, hey, I'm not committed. I was misunderstood, blah, blah, blah. I think this is a situation where kids don't understand how the recruiting process works.
Yeah.
And either the agent jumped the gun or the kid thought you commit by posting a graphic on social media, not calling a staff first. But yeah, and the whole thing is weird because I've heard some whispers that apparently that Texas offer isn't even real. I kind of struggle to believe that, considering he is a projectable NFL player just based off height, weight, speed measurements. But yeah, that is what happened with King Pitts. So yeah, but real quick, some other visitors. I have 2 more. Ahmad Hudson was supposed to be in this weekend, number 1 tight end 2027 class out of Ruston, Louisiana. He will not be in Austin this weekend. He is playing Longview on Friday night in Longview, though, for anyone out in East Texas that wants to see a future NFL player. South Oak Cliff, offensive tackle, 2027 offensive tackle, Brian Swanson. He'll be in Austin. That one is Texas versus Texas A&M versus OU. He also will be at the Texas OU game the second weekend of October. And then last but certainly not least, Eli Johnson, big safety out of Cibolo Steel, about 6'3", 190. First game day visit to Texas, first visit to Texas since he camped on June 1st, where he earned his offer from the Longhorns. Talked with someone close to his recruitment last week. Right now, Ohio State has a big lead over everyone, and Oklahoma and A&M are also, I'm told, in a better position than Texas. So it's early. A lot of things can happen, especially since the large majority of these guys aren't committing until June or July next year. But yeah. Sorry, I just got a text. But yeah, so those are some of the visitors. We'll have more on the list before the end of the week. But yeah. Will, how about we talk about UCLA and VTech? Both fired their coaches. UCLA fired Deshaun Foster. He had the famous viral press conference clip at Big Ten Media Days of we're UCLA. We're in LA.
It's us and USC.
It's us and USC.
Played the Rose Bowl. Is that in there? But yeah, Deshaun Foster was dealt a terrible hand going into being the head coach of UCLA. I mean, the only reason this happened is because they could not find anyone. I think Chip Kelly left a little bit late in the cycle, and no one was really interested in that job. There are hot boards out and lists of people that observers believe that UCLA has a chance with. I've seen Dave Aranda. I've seen a couple other Power 4 head coaches, and I've also seen, Tony White, the defensive coordinator at Florida State, Ben Arbuckle, the new offensive coordinator at Oklahoma. There's a good list of guys that make sense for this UCLA job. Not sure that anyone will take it. UCLA is in one of the worst positions in Power 4. They don't have a significant NIL budget. Kind of the only redeeming part of their recruiting strategy was Deshaun Foster. He's an elite recruiter as a positional coach, and they were able to get basically every top prospect from Southern California on campus there at some point in the last year and a half that he was the head coach. But you're going to be a perennial bottom feeder in the Big Ten. You get no attendance at games. There's just not really anything that I think on the surface anyone would want about this job, other than it's in the Big Ten and you're going to be making a lot of money. I'm extremely interested to see who UCLA pursues. I would imagine the search has already started, and they're going to move, I'm not saying quickly, but I think before the season's over, we'll probably know. This seems like one that it would make sense. UCLA took a shot on Chip Kelly, and for the most part, it did kind of work. They had a couple good seasons, better seasons than they've obviously had in the last two. But this makes one. If they want to go after a Jimbo Fisher or John Gruden, I would understand it. But I really don't know who's going to take this job. I feel like they're going to end up with one of the other California coaches.
Well, hey, that's why we're going to Bruin Report Online, the UCLA affiliate of 24/7 Sports. This is their hot board. Jonathan Smith, current Michigan State head coach, former Oregon State head coach. Listen to this. You want to guess what his buyout is?
I don't.
$3 million.
Really?
His buyout is only $3 million. Apparently, there was some weird, contractual language or clauses, whatever the hell that shit's about, where if the Michigan State AD left and he were to leave, it would cut his buyout, to a fraction of what it originally would have been. And that fraction is not $3 million because the Michigan State AD has left. Jed Fish, who apparently had a lot of interest in UCLA. He apparently had a lot of interest in UCLA originally before he took the Washington job. Matt Campbell, kind of interesting.
It's a head coaching job that's available. Of course, Matt Campbell's name is on there. I think for any job in college football, at least Power 4 and any NFL head coaching job, Matt Campbell has been mentioned.
Yeah. This one's interesting. Tony White, current defensive coordinator at Florida State, former defensive coordinator at Nebraska. Don't know where he was at before that.
Right. That's the one that I mentioned. I think it makes the most sense for them, but I'm not sure that Tony White will want to do that. This is first year at Florida State, and I believe his first year as a play caller. He is a West Coast guy. Spent some time at USC, I think, and had a lot of interest from them a couple of years ago when their defensive coordinator position was open. He's very well respected there, and I think he's a guy that could actually end up being the next head coach at USC if he plays his cards right. And if this Florida State defense continues looking as great as it does, through 3 games, but I think that would be a home run hire for UCLA. I'm just not sure they could do it. Like I said, I do think that once that USC job comes open, if they're not going to make a big name hire, that he would be the perfect guy.
Yeah, Brett Brennan.
Yeah, I don't understand that one. Brett Brennan was
UCLA alum.
Yeah, I know that, but Arizona's not good. I know they're 3-0 right now or whatever, but they don't have a good team. He's not that great of a talent developer. I mean, since he's been there, Fafita has only taken steps down, and Ted McMillan had a disappointing last season. And there's just really, you compare the talent they had when Fish was there to now, and I know he's only in year 2, but like Arizona's taking a dip, and I don't think UCLA should be going after guys that have not improved programs. So Brett Brennigan stay at Arizona.
Will Stein, I don't think he'd take that.
Yeah, I think if Will Stein's going to take one of these jobs, Virginia Tech makes a little bit more sense than UCLA. I know he's been on the West Coast the last few years, but Will Stein is a guy that will probably be mentioned for SEC positions and maybe higher level Big Ten positions. I'm not saying the UCLA job is beneath these guys, but I think at this point it kind of is. I think some top coordinators would rather stay put than take over that program.
Yeah.
How about Virginia Tech? Because I think at Virginia Tech, it's much more interesting in terms of the pool that they have. Because in that part of the country right now, there's so many guys, so many head coaches that have not only made names for themselves, but probably project to be, some of the best coaches in the country if given the opportunity. Ryan Silverfield at Memphis and Summerall at Troy, and even Bob Chesney at James Madison. All three of those guys, I think, would be in the top half of coaches in the Power Four if they made the move. I think Silverfield is a guy that will be mentioned in the Alabama head coaching search, if that happens at some point soon. Is Virginia Tech a good enough job for him? Not so sure. I think it's just, I think Bob Chesney is probably the guy there. James Madison's very close to VT. They recruit a lot of the same guys, which sounds crazy given that, JMU is a group of 5. But that one makes the most sense in my eyes. And obviously Shane Beamer is going to be mentioned a ton. Obviously Frank is the most legendary VT figure of all time, maybe apart from Mike Vick. But Shane Beamer has been pretty clear throughout his coaching career. He doesn't want to live in his dad's shadows. And although he loves, maybe going to VT for played them in a game, and it's cool to see, your family decked out, and you get the memories, but he doesn't want that, as his legacy. If South Carolina drops 5 or 6 games this year, maybe it'll be a different story, because maybe he won't have the choice. And obviously, regardless of what happens with South Carolina this year, VT would welcome Shane Beamer. But I don't think that one's going to happen.
Yeah. 2 more for UCLA. Galen DeBoer apparently was very interested, and they almost hired him when he was at Fresno State. And then, 2 weeks after that fell through, he got hired at Washington, took him to the playoffs in 2 years, all the way to the national championship. He would have to get fired at Bama, and he'd get a $70 million buyout if that happens. So pretty unrealistic, but he's going to be mentioned. Matt Entz from Fresno State. They probably would miss on a bunch of guys before settling on him, but something to know. Head coach for the Fresno State Bulldogs. All right. Now we're looking at the VT hot board from VT Scoop, 24/7 Sports affiliate for Virginia Tech. Names on here: Dan Mullen, interesting. Alex Golish,
yeah,
kind of doubtful, but okay. Shane Beamer, like you mentioned. John Summerall, who I believe you also mentioned,
yes,
who's at Tulane. Glenn Schumann, who's the defensive coordinator at Georgia.
No Bob Chesney on there. A little surprised.
No, he's on here. He's the next one. Bob Chesney, head coach of JMU, like you mentioned. Matt Campbell, Iowa State, on every hot board that'll ever exist. Jamie Chadwell, Liberty head coach.
Yep.
Manny Diaz, Duke head coach.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Manny Diaz would. I think that's a complete lateral move when you look at the NIL that Duke has had the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, they've They messed that one up. And this is like anytime Texas needs to hire a DB's coach and we throw Corey Raymond on the hot board, or anytime Texas has to hire a receivers coach and we throw Hartline on the hot board. They got Mike Vick on here. That ain't happening. But yeah. So all right. Any other questions we got here? Here's a fun one. Which of these guys get fired after this year? Mike Gundy, Billy Napier, Tony Elliott, Sam Pittman, Joey McGuire, David Aranda. Gundy, Dunzo, Napier, Dunzo. Pittman, I've been told, is either gonna get fired or he's gonna retire. He will have the choice, apparently. We'll see.
Mike Gundy, yes. Napier, yes. Tony Elliott, yes. Pittman, yes. No on Joey McGuire. Dave Aranda, I think, could leave Baylor. Like, it could be a mutual thing here. I think Dave Aranda does make a lot of sense for UCLA in terms of their expectations, and you know what you're getting with him. But he will have, he's got a good group of guys that will not be at Baylor next year. And I'm not saying that's a home run hire for UCLA, but it would make a lot of sense.
Will, you just pulled a memory that I forgot I even had. I was told when I covered Baylor and Wisconsin had an opening, and it's like, oh my God, are they going to hire Dave Aranda? Called a lot of people, and I was told from several folks in Waco that Dave Aranda has told people in Waco, and he told them when he took the Baylor job, hey, I'm going to stay here forever, but if UCLA comes calling, like, that's my dream job.
Yeah.
From that neck of the woods would be a very interesting hire for UCLA, given how Baylor's done these last few years. I can't believe I didn't mention that, but yeah. So
yeah.
Anything else you want to? Yes, they were, I believe, roommates and GAs together at
Cal State Fullerton, maybe
Cal Lutheran, I think.
Something like that.
But anyways, we're gonna get out of here unless, Will, you have anything else you want to hit on?
I don't. Go for it.
All right. Well, up next, SEC Unfiltered recaps all the action from Week 3 in the SEC. We will be back on Thursday. I'll be back tomorrow, 10 to 11 every weekday, the Lone Star Playbook. We're going to end the stream, but you can catch Chip and Zay at 2 p.m. on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, wherever you get your live stream or podcast platforms. And hey, give us a like, comment, subscribe. We appreciate you tuning in, and y'all have a great Tuesday. Peace.
Peace.